Our ancestors built the first city as a beacon of peace on Earth. And it almost was. Until one night, an unseen force plucked it from the very face of the Earth and placed it under unfamiliar stars. It was a bountiful world with no sign of civilization. A world we named Paragon. With no way to return home, we adapted. New governments were built from the seeds of our past, and with them grew new ways of life. But the vices of old still festered. Organized crime bled out from the shadows and took root, preying on the foundation of our new home. But this world had one more surprise in store. A mysterious element in the atmosphere that gave a fraction of the population superhuman abilities. Under the leadership of the city's first hero, the Age of Legends had begun. 300 years later, Paragon thrives under the protection of its champions. And yet, the shadows of the past still linger. When darkness rises, it will fall to the next generation of young heroes to defend the first city.
Welcome to the First City Volume 2 finale.
The finale, baby.
Shimmying.
This is it.
Shimmy my Nightwing shirt around. So yeah, representing my favorite superhero today as we celebrate our other favorite superheroes, these guys.
Hey.
So thank you everybody who's been with us this far. Volume 2 has been a wild ride that has been so very fun and rewarding for me. You guys have been amazing. Shall we see how this leg of the story ends?
Hell yeah.
No, I think I'm gonna head out, actually.
All right.
I mean, if they're out, I'm out. Ben?
Yep.
All right. Well, recording
Everybody.
stopped. Oh, okay. All right. Previously, on the First City, all roads converge here. As Team Pantheon found themselves genuinely tricked into finding themselves in Dr. Fine and Veritas's secret laboratory, confronted with all of these clones of missing children, some still missing children that you have now found, including Norman and our other friend Aaron, whose clone you know as Lane, the teleporter, as well as a clone of Dr. Guest. As Veritas gave you one last chance to get on board with his plan to awaken the power in the Dr. Guest clone, or at least awaken the memory of having the power, because Dr. Guest, his clone, his power could not be awakened for some strange, unknown reason. And to have that clone look upon you and remember, with the clone Norman projecting the images of the secret knowledge that Dr. Guest once gave the original Team Pantheon. The knowledge that Team Pantheon will open the way back to Earth or die trying. Of course, Team Pantheon refused, and in a crucial moment, that shadow who has been with you since the beginning of your journey at Moonlight Academy reappeared once more, this time speaking to you, and gave you a window of distraction as you opened the iron door at its instruction, finding a blood-drained clone of Pillar, Pantheon's third original team member, who was killed by Vitriol many years ago. The clone, using Norman's power, invited you into the network of consciousness, created in part by Norman's power, but in other part by the serum created by his blood, that has planted a piece of his consciousness in every clone. Inside this network, you met the consciousness of Pillar, or if you prefer, Mina, who told you all about this network of consciousness as he understands it, and you all together created a plan to walk this network, and while the door was open, find the waking power of the true Norman, so that you could awaken back into the lab and get Veritas's phone, call Pantheon before he wakes up. And you did succeed at that. As you woke up, your powers still amplified by Pillar's ability. You were able to take out Dr. Fine very easily with BB's concussive blast right to the temples. You were able to subdue Veritas, take his phone, and summon Pantheon right to this room. Pantheon also arrived with Dr. Quickstep, as well as Fortress, and eventually Tonitrus, and a whole bunch of FCS and AID security and detectives, just showing up in force over the next few hours as Veritas and Dr. Fine were detained, subdued, and brought to these vehicles to be transported back to the city. You have, still concealing your identities, were able to tell your story, explain to Pantheon and Fortress what happened as we kind of faded off of that moment with you guys preparing. And we pick back up there as it's been a few hours, and you've, maybe had some medical attention, some medical supplies were brought to try and make sure you're okay. And you've told your story as best as you can to the authorities in the moment, with Pantheon kind of running defense there, and Fortress also trying to take point as much as possible. In the midst of all of this, you see things are starting to wind down a bit, and the pods have been disconnected. They kind of waited until the last moment to bring these clone pods and non-clone pods, sort of disconnect them, keep them running long enough to bring them to First City and then awaken them there, where they can get immediate medical attention. But you see, as they're bringing Aaron's pod and Norman's pods to this big carrier ship, this medical ship that's here. I shouldn't say ship, rather, the air vehicle. It's not a spaceship. It's a shuttle. It's like a medical shuttle. You hear a bit of a kerfuffle outside. You hear actually your friend, the Scrapper. You hear his gruff tones as he is arguing with the FCS security members. You can't really make out what's being said unless you're outside. You just hear like,
can I try to listen in?
Sure, yeah. If you want to listen, where are you right now? Are you outside, back out in the dune?
Where's everyone else? I think BB is. Sorry.
Oh,
no, you
I
go.
think Hairomone just like hears that and just like starts to poke their head out, and is like, "What's going on?"
I think BB is following Hairmone's lead on that.
So if you're outside and you get close enough, you don't really need to make a roll. It's only if you're trying to like stay at a distance and like, what am I hearing?
No.
Yeah, I'm probably outside.
You just go over there. Okay. So you go over there and you see that it is the the officers who are bringing these two pods of Norman and Aaron. You see that your friend the Scrapper is I know, I love using his title name. It's very fun. So you see that he's currently saying, very heated, he's like blocking their way, getting in the way of them bringing the pods onto the shuttle. He's saying, these are citizens of Stonekeep. You can't just bring them against their will, comatose or not. We have medical facilities there. If you would just give me a skiff, a vehicle, anything. Ours is still here somewhere. These are our people. I am bringing them home. You have no authority here.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think Hairomone just like takes a big deep breath of like, oh Jesus, it's just not over yet, is it? Oh my God. And like starts to walk over there and get involved.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy's close behind.
Yeah, same.
You see that there is a sort of lead investigator here who's taking point. Someone who you clock very quickly as being an AID detective. He's got a dark gray pea coat on, made of actually kind of a lighter material. And I think he is probably in his middle age, maybe even a little bit older than Asher, with a perfectly bald head, kind of bug eyes, like sunken in around with hard lines, but his eyes are very round and alert. And he looks like he's exuding a lot of patience, but he does have a very stony face about him in general. And he's just listening, he's nodding his head, and
That customer service patience.
when an inch is finally given, he goes, I understand your concerns. I do. And ordinarily, you would be right. But we are in psychic contact with Norman. He is able to give his consent. I can't prove that to you. You can try to speak to him yourself, unconscious as he still is. And from what I understand, he did leave. That's what I've been told. He left Stonekeep. Now, as for Aaron, he can't very well consent to this, but he is a person of interest in this investigation. And you are correct. We can't take him against his will, but we can offer him medical attention. And I can assure you from that point, he will have the freedom to return. We will even facilitate his return if that's what he wants. But we can get him medical attention faster, frankly, than you can. Do you guys get involved at this point?
I think Hairomone walks up and stands in between, not like right next to them, like you and me, maybe a couple feet from them, but definitely triangulated between the both of them, and is just looking between them, like declaring, like, we're here now, but we're not gonna get involved unless Robin or this lead officer ask us to. Is like an unspoken like signal to like, we can diplomatize if you want, but we will leave it be if you want it left be, At least that's what Hairomone does.
Fair.
BB just starts blasting. No, I'm kidding.
I think at that point, the positioning is this guy, this detective, he's standing in front of the opening to the shuttle where the pods are, like they're trying to get in, right? So he actually is facing where you guys are coming from. So he sees you, and he does turn his chin up to you, and he waves you guys over. He says, I imagine this would be Team Pantheon. I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Detective Phillips. He outstretches a hand amongst you, really. He doesn't choose a person to take his hand. He just puts it out.
BB puts her hand in and puts it on top of his, like turns his over and puts it down with hers on top of his like this. And then waits for her teammates to do the same.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jeremy very purposefully, very hostilely extends his left arm to do so.
His Detective Phillips, his left eyebrow flickers up just like ever so slightly, like, huh. And then he takes his hand back and he says,
well, we have to go team first. We don't say it, but we have to do the motion. Yeah.
Well, Director Asher did, well, I don't want to say warn me, but prepare me that you are an interesting bunch, and if you don't mind my saying so, highly capable.
Damn.
I
You got
do-
roasted.
I do apologize for, frankly, the failure of both of our organizations. You should never have been in this situation, though I am in large part glad that you were, because from what I understand, you've done a lot of good work here. I came as soon as I could, as soon as Director Asher was contacted. She sent me here. I know you've already given your accounts and stories. I'll be going over them in detail. You should know your identities will, of course, be protected by Cinda, license or not. We're going to try to keep you safe as best as we can. Though I should tell you, it may become more difficult. He looks around at the various FCS agents walking around, just watching, taking stock. The investigation is already starting here. And Tonitrus is in the thick of it as well.
Hi, Dad. Thank you. We noticed there's a bit of a push-pull happening. Robin?
Yeah. Peacoat over here wants to take Stonekeep citizens back to your city. Now, I understand Norman technically left already, so he can go where he wants, and he's got his power. Sure, I believe you. That's fine. But I am not convinced that Aaron should be taken to your city. That's all.
Is Quickstep around? Is she here?
She's inside.
Where is she? Understandable. We wouldn't want you to feel like they've kidnapped any of your people. But if from one outsider to another, if they feel like this is the best option for their safety and survival, I would recommend just trusting them. And I know that might be hard to come by. I mean, Dr. Quickstep is inside. She can come out and explain all the nitty-gritty scientific detail, but they wouldn't want to take them for no reason.
How about this? Like it or not, this is tech that comes from the first city, so we know how it works better than people in Stonekeep. It would be safer. So would you feel more comfortable if we took them back to Moonlight instead of handing them over to them?
At this point, Fortress comes forward, having sort of overheard what was going on. And she steps up and she says, that will be happening either way. For lack of having any family members of Aaron's around, Norman, for the moment, can speak for both of them. Norman would prefer to come with us, and that is his prerogative. Detective Phillips nods. He seems to have no problem with Fortress. He goes, yes, ma'am. Well, I should continue overseeing the final preparations for takeoff then. Again, pleasure to meet you. You have my thanks. And he turns and continues. And you see that Robin just like tries to step along with him. It's like, sort of like this, what? motion. And then he steps back.
Oh, testosterone.
And he looks at you guys and he goes, not for them, for you. And he indicates just you four, you three in silhouette. And he goes, I don't trust them. I don't know you. He points at Fortress. Though you have many good qualities. Like strength and and he turns bright red. He turns bright red, and she just chuckles. And he looks back at you guys, like trying really hard not to look at her, and he goes, but you four, I trust. You earned it. So if you tell me it's going to be all right, I can believe that. Speaking of which, and he turns, and you see that he's had something sort of clutched behind his back during this with one hand. And he brings it forward, and it is that drone that Silhouette hacked into. And he goes, you earned this too. And he hands it to Silhouette. And her eyes light up. And she goes, oh, I need to think of a name. All right, so this is our new son. And she like clutches it tightly, and she goes, I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do when I get back. Are there any messages you want to pass on? Sure, there will be some people anxiously awaiting the end of the story.
Yeah, 1 second. And Hairomone rips a couple pages out of their notebook. Does anyone else want some paper? Anybody?
I'm okay, but I appreciate the offer.
I just have some words to say, so I'm good.
And Hairomone will write two notes, one to Shay and Connor combined, but like half and half on the page. Like there's one to Shay and then a line and then one to Connor. The one to Shay is just some general like tips, tricks, encouragement. The one to Connor is more of an invitation to the city, or if things allow an invitation to home. And then I mean, that's also extended to Shay's as well, but it's more for Connor because the Titan world is full of animals. And there's one written to Sawtooth as well. That basically is just like more quippy of like, is that invitation to the hunter still open? And then like gives them to Robin to give to them. Yay.
You have my word. These will reach their intended recipients. He looks around. He goes, my job, as well as my patients, are done here. It was a pleasure scrapping with you. Hope I get to do it again. Not like this, but...
Oh, wait, before you go, Robin, could you tell him that I'll get Aaron and Norman back to you soon as able? And also, could you keep those jets in a somewhat functional piece? I want to collect.
Well, that is your right. Yeah, we'll keep one for you. I mean, what use do we have for him? What use do we have for him? All right, I'm happy again. Well, so long, kids.
See you around.
Only if you look hard enough. And he turns and he heads back in to find his skiff and get the hell out of here. You guys notice things are winding down now. All the pods are where they need to be and are beginning to take off. But you now kind of have this, how are we going to get home part happening? And you realize that at this point, there's a fair amount, maybe a handful of these individual sort of carrier shuttles for FCS, for AID. But this bigger shuttle actually that is Tonitrus's, that has Tonitrus's colors, but you can see the cloaking technology embedded in it. It is telltale. You've seen it before. I think most people in the heroing community at this point would know what Tonitrus's like stuff looks like. And you've like there are stories about this thing. Like this particular vehicle. So for those of you who, you know, have more of a connection to that, I think that might hit you a little bit like, whoa, I'm standing in front of
the thing.
The T carrier,
Baby's into it. As much as she's also exhausted, and I think we're all just kind of like burnt. It's a moment.
The T carrier.
And the T carrier does in fact have several smaller, even more discrete shuttles that were contained within it, that detach from it. And at this point, I think Pantheon comes back out and she looks at you guys and she goes, I mean, unless anybody wants to try and, you know, travel on the medical shuttle, I think we can just go in one of these. Don't think Tonitrus will mind much, considering. Whenever you're ready, we'll get out of here.
I probably should be on one of the medical shuttles, but I don't want to be alone.
How bad is Jeremy looking?
Well, he's not good.
Yeah.
He's looks very much like if you took Jeremy and then like dragged him down a hill.
BB looks at Jeremy and goes, I'll go with you to a medical shuttle.
Okay, thank you.
I think we then dip off to a medical shuttle because the boy needs to get healed.
Also needs to make sure that his arm isn't super infected.
But we stay in like telecommunication contact.
You get the impression that Tonitrus is going to stay a little bit longer. Quickstep is gearing up to leave, and she makes her way out too. And she is going in the shuttle that has. I mean, she could just run home if she wanted to, but she could run across the ocean and she'd be fine. That's what she did to get here. But yeah, but she does get in what is clearly a Quick Tech medical shuttle to oversee that it does indeed get where it's going, which is eventually to Moonlight. Fortress. It's kind of, I think the jury's out on that. Fortress could probably, she's not going to take one. I think unless somebody wants her to go with them,
Fly herself.
She might just fly home. That's the fastest way she can get home. And she has nothing to particularly oversee at this point. So I think she actually is going to fly ahead and try to beat everyone else there so that she can preempt everything. Make some preparations.
I will stay behind and go home on Tonitrus's one, just because one, I think you see we have a panel of where BB and Jeremy are walking off towards one of the medical shuttles, and Hairomone is just sort of like looking, watching them leave, which is a little and the other is, you know, I assume he's staying to like do his fun investigative bullshit. And it would be helpful, I would imagine, if he ever had questions, or if like Hairomone could be like, and that's where that happened, and this is where this happened, you know, like that kind of thing. And also Haromone's not quite in a rush to like lose the adrenaline yet, so just like, I don't want to crash, so I'm going to still try to make myself useful.
Yeah. So you're staying behind and you're going to go with Tonitrus?
Yes.
Okay. Silhouette, if you're okay with it, would go with you. Then she would stay with you.
Homie time.
To not split. She doesn't want like anybody to be completely alone, you know? So At that point, I think right before you guys break, Pantheon says, just so you know, Director Asher is going to need to make a statement. So I'll be talking to her, approving to the best of our ability, what she can say. But for the time being, just saying that my team is involved is a given at this point. As to the details of that, we are all going to have a conversation soon. But I want you to rest first. That can wait. That's what this first statement is for. So, frankly, the city needs to know who's behind this and that they've been stopped. I'm glad you're all right. I knew that you would be. I tried to. We can talk about this later. You guys need some rest. At this point, let me just say that you've got some really good friends back home. Things might have gone a little differently if that weren't true. And I'll tell you who to thank later. Everybody else, I think they're about to know who to thank. And I'll be there. I promise. All right, go. And you all sort of separate off. Find your way to your own individual means of getting home. But Jeremy and BB, as you head over to the Quick Tech medical shuttle, you hear a voice behind you, Dr. Quickstep's voice, say, Johnson.
Does it just like appear from behind him?
I mean, she's outside. She's there. She's getting ready to board the shuttle.
Oh, okay, cool.
But you know immediately that it's her.
Yeah. What's up, Teach?
She just puts a hand up and gestures for you to come with her.
Okay.
I follow.
Squad, PDP's finest.
Oh yeah.
Bang Bang, please get in the shuttle.
I can't go with my teammate.
He'll be back with you momentarily, but I need to have a conversation with him. Alone.
I'll be fine, BB. If not, I'll just make some fireworks and we'll pop off as usual.
BB doesn't. She walks away, but she doesn't get in the shuttle. She if there's a ramp or a walkway up to the shuttle or stairs, she sits at the bottom step and just stares at the point where they walk away to.
Mm-hmm. She walks you a good distance away, out of the possibility of any eavesdropping. Just sort of out toward the desert somewhat. In silence for the minute or two it takes to get far enough away. And then she turns that stone neutral expression with that hard, well, you can't see the crease on her forehead, but you can imagine the crease underneath her mask. And she actually takes off the goggles to look at you with those hawk-like eyes that she has, those discerning eyes. Pantheon is going to give you some time to process before she has a conversation with you about what you just tried to do in there. But she has never taken a life. So she cannot understand the gravity of this moment now. See, you've had a taste of a larger world. A world that doesn't always abide by the rules that our community follows. Rules that have to be broken sometimes to survive out here. That's something that most people in an alma state will never understand, never even get the opportunity to understand. So here you stand on a precipice. Something needs to be made clear here, Jeremy. Crystal clear. At this moment, I'm not your teacher. I'm not here to judge the morality of your actions. I'm here to tell you to live in them, analyze them, use your mind for your heart, and remember what this feels like. Because you need to decide exactly what kind of hero you're going to be. Now that you know, there's no going back. And you don't get to have both. Not in public. Not yet. That's not the world we live in. But if that's the world we're going to build, then you need to be careful. Very careful. If you are the kind of hero who can't follow the rules that keep the city together for the greater good, if you want to fight for these people out here on their terms, you don't bring that home to the city, because the city will hate you for it. And if you tell me that you're ready for that, that is a child's lie. Because I know for a fact that will turn you into something that people like me will have to fight. And then you will have failed 2 worlds.
Oh man, that's really deep. Let me just scratch my chin while I think about it. Oh wait, I can't.
She just stares.
He'll just stare back with a slight smirk.
You're young, Johnson. Still very young. Right now, I don't care how much extra life that you've lived through your years, how singular your experiences are, and how painful. None of that matters. When it comes to how you're going to be perceived, people like us need to be able to do our jobs and meet our goals. And if they see you as some reckless monster, if you change what kind of hero you are with the weather, you'll be fighting yourself a lot more often than you'll be fighting any villains. And every life that you take will chip away at yours. So if that is what you're worth to us, if that's what you are, do us all a favor and stop wasting our time. I've done my job. Do yours. And she starts walking back toward the shuttle.
Jeremy will walk back. Yeah, he'll just walk back. Not seemingly unaffected by that whole conversation. In fact, maybe even a little bit more invigorated as he walks back to BB, which I assume freaks you the fuck out.
Did she tell you, like, good job or something?
Quite the opposite. But it illuminated some things. I think I'm about 5 minutes away from passing out.
Yeah, let's get you in the shuttle. PDP's finest. and Bibi will like she'll like hoist you over her shoulders and then essentially carry you to the shuttle.
Oh, this is
You've already had some. Sorry.
Gotta stay awake until we can stop the blood loss. You gotta stay awake.
So you guys have all already had some emergency medical attention in the hours that you've just been here. That was probably the first thing to get sort of taken care of. But being in the shuttle as well, you can, continue to sort of nurse that on your way. So is there anything that you do when you go back inside with Tonitrus, or you just kind of wait it out?
No, it was like while that very intense conversation is happening, Haramone's just like, you need any help or anything, I'm here. Otherwise, I'm just going to observe if that's okay with you. And that's what they do. They just sort of watch him do his thing, like shadow him almost.
Mm-hmm.
Only speak when spoken to. Like they're just like, I just want to take this opportunity to learn from you as someone who is a hero that's a little bit closer to what the vibe is for Hairomone.
Mm-hmm. As AID is wrapping up their investigation, they've been looking around, not tampering with anything, not changing anything. They open up the cabinets and they're looking at the serum, they're collecting it.
Oh, I hate that. Ooh, I hate that so much. Ooh. Hairomone bristles when they watch them just like take it out.
Tonitrus becomes a man whose footsteps are like words. He is quiet. He stands watching with his eyes moving, and everything has an economy. His eyes look, and if his eyes can't get there, only then does his face move. And if his face can't get him there, only then does he walk. Every step is calculated. Every touch is necessary. He scarcely picks anything up. You see there's adjustment. His eye color, the coverings of his eyes, they change from purple to white. And you see that he turns little like unseen elements of his costume, presumably zooming in, looking at things. He probably has a full interface in there that you can't see that he can.
Pure jealousy and envy. Ooh, I want that so bad.
Mm-hmm. And he is the last person to leave. When all of the AID detectives have made their way out, he is the last one. So you're probably here just a little bit longer than other people are. And he doesn't say much to you until it's over. And then he just smiles, genuinely. Not unlike a father.
Ow. Owie, owie, owie. Okay. Now I'm ready to go home. Please.
I believe home is ready to have you. Let's go. He brings you to his personal shuttle. And you fly home with Silhouette and Tonitrus. And as you get in, she turns to you and she's like, she mouths like, I know, right? I kind of want to like take a picture of like us here, but that's security risks are just off the chart. We're not going to. And she squeezes your hand a little bit. She goes, let's go. And she hesitates on home for a moment, looking at you. And she goes, let's go back. and you sit down together and you take off in this quiet vehicle. So it is early afternoon by the time that you all reach your destinations. And on this first day, there's not going to be a lot of obligation for you guys. You guys can sort of decide. There are only a couple of things that really have to happen on this first day. The first thing that's worth noting is that this particular medical ship, it lands on the top of Quick Tower. And then it descends from the roof, from the helipad, into a sort of a bay, where then the pods are wheeled out and brought somewhere else that you don't see. You guys are led to the elevator that you're familiar with now. You go down to a basement level where she does a very elaborate scanning system that actually seems to confirm your hero names when you're scanned. And a panel opens itself up, and there's an underground railway, a sort of bullet train system that runs underground that you actually get into, and it takes you underground through a secret passage that leads directly up into the basement level of the administrative tower.
Whoa.
And from there, you are brought to the hospital wing. And you notice that there is a certain amount of, I would say, sort of crowd control that's happened here. The area around the hospital has been largely cleared. There aren't students just gawking in the streets waiting for you. You don't have like friends waiting for you inside the hospital either. You are just brought in, and Dr. Lim immediately brings you guys in. And BB, you are tended to by Nurse Sky specifically, because Dr. Lim is the one who personally takes Jeremy, and he begins fussing over your stump. And he says to you, well, considering the circumstances, I'm not sure how you were able to have this disinfected so thoroughly, though I may have a suspicion.
Yeah, you can thank my teammate for that one.
Now, Jeremy, you have a choice here. I'm sure you know the state of prosthetics. I mean, you'd scarcely know the difference. And I can fix you up with something. It wouldn't take long. We can do it now if you want to. Or if you'd prefer to wait a little while, we can schedule a time. It's been cleaned up. I've done everything that needs to be done here. So if you would prefer to, prepare a little bit, then that's fine. Otherwise, I'm happy to get this taken care of now. Fit you with something appropriate to you. We'll take some samples, match it to your skin tone, find the appropriate sensitivity settings. I can show you how to use everything to maintain it, upkeep it, but we live in an age, So the choice is yours.
Thanks, Doc, but I'll keep it as is for now. Got a lot of thinking to do, and this will help me think better.
That is your choice. I'm here whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Doc.
And both of you get cleaned up just fine. I think we can fast forward to, the extra hour that it takes before Hairomone and Silhouette get home. So at this point, with the rest of your day, I'm just going to go around and ask you guys, once you're released from your immediate, I have to get checked out medically, all of that good stuff. Your story has already been told to FCS. You guys have, I want you guys to describe to me what the first thing that you do of your own volition when you're back on campus. So does anybody want to start?
I mean, I know. I just wanted to give anyone else a
Oh
chance.
no.
Oh, okay.
You do it. Unless
Um,
yeah, you hit it.
I think the first thing, once it's like permission to be able to lie down and take a nap, okay. The first thing that Hairomone does is, I think, text Pantheon, and ask that her to meet them in my bedroom, and just like Jen shows up. I think maybe sits on the bed expecting like a conversation, and Hairomone will sit on the bed and then just sort of like a child just wrap around and into her, and like the dam breaks. Every stressor, every pressure, every trauma, like Backtrack, Helix, Jeremy, the pressure of their own personal mission here, Aditya, like everything just finally comes out in one big mess of sobbing and wailing, and it just goes and goes and goes until there are no more tears to cry. And I think it's like the first time I think that Hairomone has like let themselves be that vulnerable with her. They've had numerous conversations before about, I'm feeling stressed, I'm feeling this, like, you know, but like this is the first time that I think Hairomone has truly trusted her to just release.
And after a few moments, still holding you, she says, kind of, you know, beside your head, it's okay. This is okay. This is a part of it. This is why we don't do this alone. You already knew that coming in.
I bet superhero therapists are so rich here. So rich.
Honestly, you're not wrong. Although that is something, you know, provided for us. So, you know, lucky us, I guess.
I told you when we were going in there, I'd take care of them. And I did.
Yeah, you did. I think your real power is choosing your friends. The funny thing is, you didn't choose these ones. You're finding a balance there. But as for the ones you did choose, what happened at the prison that day? I mean, I should really be telling this to all of you, but I think you're ready to hear it now. It was one of those moments, the hardest moments that we ever have to face, really, where we have to choose between our personal feelings and saving someone who can't save themselves. Having to choose between my team, who I know can take care of themselves, who have power and ability that are extraordinary, limited training or not, or Ward and Fell, who by all accounts, is a civilian. That's a hard choice, but it does have a right answer. It was hard to be confronted with that again, especially with Veritas in the mix. It was all just sort of blended together, but in that moment that I've been afraid of confronting, feeling again, I've been keeping myself away from, I realized that it was different this time. I remembered the other part of it, that I forgot the good part, because I knew that you would be okay. And don't get me wrong, I was desperate to find you. I would have. But it was eye-opening to know that I believed that you would be okay, that you were alive. Wardenfell is alive as well. He's grateful and still a little confused. Nova swarmed in there pretty quick as soon as it was safe. But it's actually your friend Backtrack who really helped the most. We agreed that his power would be particularly useful to know what happened in that room. It was the best option, and we had a limited window to do it based on the parameters of his power, so we did, and I saw the shadow. I saw that it was Pillar, and it's another reason why I thought you would be okay. That's a whole other can of worms, and I need to... You don't need to hear about all that. But the point is, I knew you'd be okay then, and I know you're okay now. Whatever okay looks like for you, alive, here. That can be enough for now. Can't it?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I can speak for everyone else when I say that we want you to be okay. I mean, we make jokes all the time that you're an invulnerable god woman, but we know that at a certain point you're not. You're still human, and you're still our squad leader. So we want to know what's going on with you too.
Well, we're going to be working more closely together in the coming year. Assuming you... I'm sorry. I forgot. I shouldn't have...
No, it's okay. About that, I mean, I'm due for a news return message. It's been a minute since I sent my preliminary report, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But kind of regardless, I think because you're an invulnerable god woman, I think you should come home with me. Or some of you should come home with me. You're the only living person who's been to the Titan Wild.
I suppose that's true. Those were very specific circumstances, and that is a huge honor, and I would be happy to if I'm able. My concern is I don't have the authority to make that call. And to my understanding, you don't either, do you?
No, but if it comes to me having to fight for why I think First City, and I guess by a larger extension Alma, but certainly the people of First City are worth the Kostadi's time, I'll shoulder any responsibility.
Then I will too. If you want to be here, I'll fight for that. If you want my advice for the rest of the day, and I think she does, this time not tentatively, actually confidently, familiarly, cups your cheek in one hand, and she says, be with your friends.
Maybe take a nap though first.
Maybe that.
Yeah. And I take the nap.
Mm-hmm. We are going to
We love a nap.
Let's shift over to Bailey. What is the first thing that Bailey does when you come out of the hospital?
Well, first off, Bailey doesn't have this knowledge, but Eric is so happy that Batfack just saw Bailey absolutely shoot the shit out of Veritas and that when using his powers. Bailey wants to talk to Jeremy, but she doesn't really know what that conversation even is. She just wants to check in with Jeremy. But I think there may be a discrepancy in the time that they're released because Jeremy needs a little bit more work done on him. Well, I guess, yeah, there probably still would be more examination done on him. So she is by herself for the first time in a really long time. And looks around at the mostly empty campus and then looks around for like I don't know if they have kind of like bird scooters or something, like some form of rentable transportation, like a bike rack where you can rent a bike and then dip off. I think she'll text Troubleshooter and say, was it a clock tower that she took me to that first time? Or was it when she took me on like a date and then fucking ditched me?
The lighthouse. That was a lighthouse.
It's a lighthouse? How far is it again?
Not far. It was still in the skyline area. It was only a few minutes on her motorcycle, but it was a lighthouse that, you know, it didn't really need to be a lighthouse. It's just fashioned to look like one, overseeing a lake where the Redfoot Paragon duck equivalents they hang out and are like conserved there. But really it's inside the lighthouse where the light would be, there is a control panel for the drones who patrol and protect the Redfoot ducks. That's what it was.
Gotcha. Okay. So I think actually, so she'll text Troubleshooter and say lighthouse and then the approximate time that it'll take her to get there. But I don't think she bikes away right then. I think that she actually mag rails it and kind of just puts headphones in and tries to immerse herself in the crowd for a minute, just to, it's that thing of like being in the crowd but also feeling quite apart. She's just listening to music that I think her dad probably gave her, and then she gets to the lighthouse eventually and goes up to the top and waits for Troubleshooter.
It actually does take about 30 minutes before she actually gets there.
Yeah.
Maybe even 40, because the first 20, it's like you don't even get a response at first, and then you finally do. That's like, all right. And then another 20 minutes. So she finally does get there.
Doesn't send it out of my way text.
Mm-hmm. And then she climbs up, and she sits next to you and she looks at you and she just says, "Now, what in the hell happened?"
Hmm. I don't know how much we can talk about right now, but we went to the desert, and where we went, that's like on the opposite side of where Troubleshooter grew up, right?
Yeah, the other side of the highway.
Yeah. And we went to the other side of the highway from you.
You were in the Living Dune?
Yeah.
I ain't had much occasion to spend time there, though I did cross through it on my way here.
It I don't know. We met a lot of people. We saw a lot of things. I've never been to a place like that before. What are they looking out on? I know that there's a lake immediately in front of them, but is it like the first city skyline? Or is it
Yeah,
like...
the only thing is that it's not like a skyscraper. It's not like being on the top of Quick Tech or anything.
I know, yeah.
So you're looking out into the city, but you're like kind of at a middling height.
For sure.
So you're on par with like the middle of the building. So if you look out, you still see like you're in a, kind of a chromatic jungle.
For sure. Well, if it's a fake lighthouse, though, we probably have 360 vision.
Mm-hmm.
So BB's like walking around the lighthouse and looking out at all the different streets and all the different avenues and places that she might have been. This is the city that she grew up in. But she's like, but it's not just this. Being a hero isn't about the city, it's about everyone. And maybe there's places where heroes aren't wanted. But I want to be a hero for everybody. Not just the people of the city. And I'm going to do whatever I can to make this whole world safe. Maybe you won't do the same thing, but I want you to know that I'll be fighting for people on both sides of the highway. People in the first city. People in the... Is it Prey Wilds? Yeah, sorry, we're fucked. God.
Oh man, bringing in the D&D home.
Dude, God, no, sorry. My whole brain. What is... Sorry, where's Hairomone from?
Oh, the Titan Wilds.
Titan Wilds, sorry. It's
It
the
is
word
similar.
wilds.
It is.
Wild.
Both
Yeah.
wild.
Yep.
So wild. Wet and wild. People in the Titan Wilds. I want to protect everyone. And I know I can't, but I'm going to try. And if I can't protect them, I want to help them.
Yeah, that's it, ain't it? That sweet spot. Knowing your limits and going after it anyway. You get that. When you're high up, you can see all the arbitrary lines, some of them literally drawn in the sand. I stayed behind mine. I say everything I do is to go back there and protect my corner of the sky, but truth is, I still left there. I still came here, and even if I intend to go back there, I can't pretend I don't see value in what they do here. I wouldn't have come here if I didn't. People back home, people I know, don't exactly agree with that choice. They just want to keep coloring inside the lines, so to speak. See, I guess I'm on the other side. I just want to protect the outer shell, and not this little core here. But
But it
even
can
though
be
they
about
didn't,
both.
well, yeah, I mean,
It doesn't have to be for everyone, but as
that's
long as everyone does their part, then everyone gets protected.
I'm starting to see that. I mean, I won't pretend this place is my priority, but they didn't make it public what happened to you and your team. But we knew something was wrong, that you were gone. And the way we rallied. She catches herself a little bit in this like moment of sincerity that you can see plainly. Kind of makes her look younger for a second. I can't say I don't see value in this, too. It's just another line. If you can see them, you can step over them. As long as you can move some things out of the way that want to stop you. Either way, I'm glad you lived.
Yeah, I think we're all glad. And BB takes another look around at the... What time of day is it? Is it like...
It's slightly later, earlier afternoon. You're approaching mid-afternoon, so I'd say it's probably in the 3s or 4s at this point.
Can it be almost sunset? Since we've done a bunch of stuff. It's just literally for an aesthetic moment.
Sure. If it's later, if it's closer towards sunset, there's something that we're going to go back in time to show back in the city that you will not have been there for, which I think is interesting because you'll get back there and you'll have heard about it.
For sure.
So we can say that this on the timeline is, closer to sunset.
She looks around at the city again as darkness kind of falls, or begins to fall. And she says, I mean, I don't think I have to tell you, but this isn't over. And I don't even know if we're barely even at the starting line. But darkness is coming for the first city. Everyone outside of it. And hopefully, together, we can light the way. And I think at that moment, the lighthouse light turns on, and she just leaves Troubleshooter there, walks down the stairs, and goes home.
Get ditched, nerd. Uno reverse card.
Hell yeah.
That's real good.
And then, she'll stand by for what's coming later.
Mm-hmm. So let's go back over to Jeremy. When you step out of the hospital, what is your first move?
I think the damaged shell that is resembling Jeremy Johnson will drag himself back to the house that they're staying in, go into his room, and then just flop down on the bed. And unless he is interrupted, be haunted by happy dreams of him surrounded by his family, his parents, JJ, his friends from the PvP, Freddy, until the next morning.
Sleepy time.
Mhm. So you just sleep the day. That's very interesting. So at that point, then, I think that takes us into the mid-afternoon territory. I think Hairomone, I'm not sure how long you sleep. I'm thinking of just like a reasonable nap if it was like 2 or 3 or so, then you could wake up or like getting close to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody comes to disturb you. Nobody comes to like wake you up or anything.
They can sleep. They've had a time.
But when you come down, you do notice that Silhouette is watching TV.
Ooh, fun times where we get to see what Asher says.
Oh no.
Yeah, and that is what's happening. You do see Director Asher.
How is she gonna spin this one?
She is gathered for a press conference. And Silhouette looks to you without saying anything, and she goes, like, she points at it and gives you this questioning look, like, you're welcome to sit down.
I think Hairomone like flops down on the couch and just hugs Silhouette to them as they watch this press conference.
As you sit down, you hear a crunching sound. You see she's got a big bowl in her lap of, let's make up a future knockoff brand name.
Natasha.
Tigors.
That's pretty good. Natasha loves Takis, so I think that these are future fake Takis.
Didn't we already name fake talkies?
Did we?
Didn't we say they were like walkie-talkies or something?
Oh, that's really good.
Because,
sorry, never mind.
Yeah. So
they could be walkie-talkies if you want.
Yeah. I was gonna say they were like Tigor puffs.
What if it's a mix? What if Silhouette went crazy?
She's dumped both bags into
Hell
one.
yeah.
That's true. You see the crumpled up bags of 2 different mid-sized chip bags. One a bag of Tigor puffs and one a bag of walkie-talkies, both crumpled haphazardly on the kitchen counter as she has mixed them into the largest bowl in the house.
Yep.
And she hands it over to you, not relinquishing it, but like, here you go.
I, like a goblin, sort of my way.
Yeah.
On the outer perimeter, I just lizard some walkie-talkies into my mouth.
Are we at the following morning now, or is
no?
This
is at exactly 5 p.m. this day.
For sure.
So you're out.
Yeah.
So this happens.
You're with Bestie.
We're in the light tower or the lighthouse at this point. Yeah.
Exactly. So you don't see this happen, but you're going to hear about it when you get home. And Jeremy is asleep.
Oh boy, you're going to hear about it
in the house.
You're going to walk through the door and we're going to say, bitch. Yep.
And I think Pantheon is there.
Oh.
She's at the press conference.
Oh.
Standing next to Asher.
Is Fortress there?
No, Fortress is here.
Okay.
At school.
At school.
As far as you know. She's not in the room with you. But I think
but all we know is that she's not there.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it up to you, actually. I think this is a character moment that you can choose if there's a Pantheon here with you as well. Because there can be.
I mean, I always love when Pantheon splits off and is like in multiple places at once. So yes.
Okay. So she can show up at this point, knowing that this is kind of an important thing and that you're going to want to talk about it.
And also it's like a moment because like Hairmone's still like, how the fuck does it work when you're in 2 places at once? Like, how does the information travel? Like, it's like a research moment as well.
Yeah. So I'm not going to role play it 1-to-1. I'm simply going to tell you roughly what she says.
Okay.
Because we've done a lot of scenes of like press conference on TV. As long as you know the information that she gives, I think that's fine. She begins to put forward the basic information. She essentially says that everything with like, Father Fear, the like government corruption possibilities, all the stuff about Albert Rose. She explains how all of that was a part of Vitriol's plan left behind. She explains who Veritas is, and that Veritas had a particular grudge against Pantheon and Team Pantheon because of his predecessor's history as a former member of Pantheon's hero team years ago. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't even know anything about the like Earth stuff. She has nothing to offer about that. And based on what she said, it kind of doesn't seem like Veritas has given her anything, which makes sense because with what you know, like what Veritas's goals were, you can bet that he's not gonna just tell everyone, I'm trying to prevent all of you bitches from seeing the doorway to Earth.
Yeah.
You know,
It'd be nice if he did, though. I'm just saying.
So she says nothing about that. And she starts getting questions about the members of Team Pantheon, how they're involved, what the specific grudge is. And then she starts going into, Cinda still applies here. I am not my predecessor. I will not violate the rights of the people who just saved our city. Which is met with like this sort of bittersweet acceptance within the crowd that you can feel just through the television, like seeing the energy of the crowd that hits them like a wave. And you can feel the palpable, strange tension that is equal parts lifted and exacerbated at the same time. And you know that you are entering into a weird new era of the First City. She also does, of course, put forward that, Veritas and Dr. Fine are both in custody. That Wardenfell is alive and well, but is currently off duty and has someone else doing his job just in case at the moment. She also explains that, like, she takes full responsibility for not catching the influence that Veritas had on him, because in her questioning of him, not only did she not have the ability to, based on just speculation and no hard evidence, she had no authority to remove him from his job. And on top of that, whenever she interviewed and investigated the people surrounding him, Veritas's power as Malcolm was used on her. So she could not act on any suspicion of him. She never had any suspicion of him. And that was a failure on her part. Which, the crowd kind of meets that with this, like, I'm glad I know what happened, but it's weird to know that this is possible. You know, it's weird to be back in this. Some of the older people in the crowd, too, who remember what happened with Vitriol are like, this is too familiar. And Pantheon does speak very briefly, and seeing live one Pantheon speaking while another Pantheon quietly watches is an interesting experience, to say the least. It's interesting because I think you can see the emotion that Pantheon is putting forward. The effort of it is on this Pantheon's face, even though she can still act of her own will. She still looks like she's kind of feeling what's happening there, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah. And she assures everyone, Pantheon does, that, you know, she's going to speak with her team. They're going to discuss what elements they are willing to discuss, if they're going to be able to testify. And the vote essentially on this new law is being put on hold slightly for a few days.
The telepathic law.
Yeah. Because this is new context for it. that is the long and short of what she says in this conference, and leaves it off with this idea of more to come in the future, more information. But we need to have a conversation first, not to keep more things from you, but how to best protect everyone. And then it kind of fizzles out.
Okie dokie. Tell you what, that Ashen, she's the professional. She knows what she's doing.
We weren't sure about her at first. Now, probably sure.
95%.
95% sure.
Mhm.
I think PP comes home like an hour later.
Yeah. Bitch. So about an hour later, you guys are able to, I think Pantheon holds off. I think after the first few minutes too, you see the vibration as the other Pantheon joins up.
Whoa,
Whoa.
that's cool.
So you guys gather with Jeremy still sleeping, I guess.
Unless you guys want to wake him up, but if not,
Unless you guys want to wake him up.
I'll go wake Jeremy up. Ben, do you want me to roll it all?
To what?
Do you want me to roll it all to wake you up?
Sure.
See if I can do. You want to say an attack roll? I'm not gonna add it, like just to slap you awake.
Sure. I'm gonna do a willpower check to see if I can stay asleep.
Hell yeah, that's 3 out of 3.
Fucking 3 out of 5. I guess it goes to attacker. So
I slap you, you wake up, but it's like still very groggy.
what do you want, Mom?
That's that's weird. But maybe does sit on like the foot of your bed and is like, Pantheon is downstairs with Hairomone and Silhouette, and Asher just made some sort of announcement, but I don't really know what was said yet. I was doing something else.
Oh man, I can't wait for my blood pressure to rise.
Are you okay?
What? Yeah, I'm great. I'm always great. I'm Crystal. As we all know, God loves Jeremy Johnson.
Phoebe actually laughs at that. And then like, does your bed have like a foot stand almost? Like, is it one of those bed that has like a headboard and then kind of like a foot thing?
I'll say that it has like a little chest at like the foot of the bed.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I think she like turns towards you, crisscross applesauce, and like leans back on the chest in a very casual way. And it's kind of just like, this is a weird question, but I don't think it might be bad that you haven't been asked this. Do you want to keep doing this? And that can mean anything. Like, that means, do you want to be a hero? Do you want to keep being in this house? Do you want to leave Moonlight Academy? I just want to know what you want.
I don't know. I don't think I can stop whatever I've been doing. I don't even know if it's been hero stuff anymore.
Doesn't feel like it to me. Whatever we're going through as a whole, but specifically, I mean, we've all been through it, but you've been through it way more than the other 3 of us.
I also feel like that's not the only thing that you've been meaning to ask me.
I think BB knows what you're. I think that that question is the question that BB doesn't really know how to formulate into words. And maybe it's something that's very simple, but for some reason she knows there's another question to be asked, but she can't find the words for it. I think she says that. Yeah. Here's another question. I don't know if I know what it is.
Well, if you just want to know the why or the how it felt or anything like that, or if you just want to take some time to think about what it is you want to ask and how to ask it, then I'm cool with anything.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to ask me?
How do you feel about your mom?
I think my mom is probably made from all her experience, as we all are, which isn't necessarily a solid answer, but I don't think there is a way to change the way that she is. I know that we don't know whether she's actually been, how deep she is placed into this whole mess, but I don't trust her, but I still think that she's a person who deserves to be protected until the point that she starts hurting others. We're probably past that point. But I know that when I see her, there will be a day when she won't be my mom anymore. And she'll be someone that we have to combat. Whether that is through weird social things that I don't fully understand, whether that's literally through fighting, whether that's through the legal system. She's not on her side. I know that. And she's never been on my side. So I'm just trying not to think about her until I have to. Or I guess I'm trying not to see her until I have to.
Well, if you ever need someone to raise hell with, you always know where I am.
And if you ever need someone to pull you back, you always know where I am.
Until the day comes where you have to face her, however that may be, regardless of what she's done, from someone who knows. Try to, even though she's a complete asshole and the worst type of human being, try to appreciate that you have a mom while you have one. It sucks when you don't have anymore.
Yeah.
Now you said that Detective Asher said some bullshit.
Yeah, I think, and BB doesn't even finish the sentence. She just leans in and actually hugs you.
He'll hug you back.
And then as she pulls away, she drops something into your lap, and you see it's just a burger that she picked up on her way home. It's like, yeah, let's go talk to everyone.
So as you make your way back down the stairs, down into the living room, it's been over an hour, right, since this like broadcast happened. During the time that you guys were upstairs having that conversation, Hairomone and Silhouette saw Pantheon take a call and step into another room. Actually, you know what? She wouldn't step into another room. She just steps into the kitchen, but is like, you guys can hear this, but you only hear her end of it. And then when she hangs up, she steps out and you guys come down the stairs and she says, I just received a very interesting call from the current, well, I'm not going to say interim warden, but until Warden Fell feels comfortable returning to his position. Almost immediately after the broadcast ended of Director Asher's press conference, Constance demanded to speak to the warden. She wants it known that she's perfectly willing to testify everything that she knows against Veritas and Dr. Fine.
Yay.
Let's go, little sister who's actually older than me.
I guess depends on perspective.
Biologically older than me.
Yes.
That's it. She doesn't, there's no caveats. She's just willing to do it.
Well, the caveat is that she must be cooperative with any attempts that we make to conceal your identity. And that's a conversation that we need to have with the director. Because when the truth comes out, everyone's going to know that Team Pantheon was at the heart of this. I can't say that I made a mistake in keeping Dr. Guest's vision from you. I still don't know. And I can't dwell on that now. But it maybe should have been your choice to know or not, at least. As far as that going to the public, that seems like a resounding no.
No,
to me.
No.
I hate that we keep having to modify the truth, keep these secrets. It feels like it's putting a stopper on the real ending. But then again, in our line of work, there are no endings, right? Just more beginnings over and over again. Something of an episodic lifestyle that we live. But Bailey, I mean, we have to workshop this. And, you know, if we believe Constance to be telling the truth, then she'll go along with it. It's going to be difficult, but it's not like they can force a DNA test on her. Not if she's being cooperative. So I think we have some options.
How many superheroes have their names actually revealed to the public?
A fair amount.
It's
not unheard of.
That was not technically in character because BB would actually know that.
Okay.
That's just for Eric.
It's a fair percentage. I would say, first of all of the government heroes do.
Yes. Okay.
But as far as the sort of non-government hero community with Nova at its heart, it's a much smaller percentage, but it's enough to be noteworthy. It's not a weird, like completely unheard of thing.
Is Prestiges and like Indigos, like the heroes that like, oh,
secret identity is not an option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, we would know their names.
Yes,
for sure. I think BB looks at Jeremy and just says, I mean, PDP's finest can both have their real names known to the world.
Nah, that's some all bullshit. Just tell them your hero names. Trust me.
But BB's thinking about her mom. And she's like, listen, I'm the daughter of Dr. Tara Baker, one of the foremost superhero scientists and technologians in the field right now. Someone who we seemingly have seen over and over again be associated with this cloning. We know this is coming from her. The fact that the one clone that we have to interview is a clone of her daughter, I think that it ties her in more readily to the situation than we can in any other possible way.
And
I'm not
also,
sorry.
no, you go ahead, BB.
I'm not afraid of people knowing who I am. The only reason I wouldn't do it is if it put Hairomone or Silhouette in any uncomfortableness. Y'all obviously don't have to reveal your stuff. I just don't want the focus to then be so hyper invasively focused in on Team Pantheon.
I mean, the Teatros of the world could look at Tara Baker, know she has a daughter, and be like, where is that daughter?
Yeah.
So there is probably a time bomb element to it. It's just up to you if you want this to be the time to set it off. Then I'm with you 100%. I don't think that would put me in any danger. I mean, it's gonna get revealed who Team Pantheon is, but it, we don't have to reveal who Team Pantheon is unless we want to.
Yeah.
I feel like I've done a pretty good job of covering my tracks so far. I mean, I'm not in any Alma government system really outside of any basic like clerical, like this person has an address now, like, but that wouldn't be enough to tie me to the Titan Wild or anything. So whatever you want to do, it's your secret identity or not so secret identity.
I just wanted to make sure that we're taking into consideration all factors. But yeah, you have done a great job of keeping off the books. Yeah, I'm willing to do it unless Pantheon, you see any reason for me not to, beyond the obvious. I can be Bailey Baker and I can be Bang Bang because they're both BB.
You are exceptionally brave. And I have not forgotten that for 1 second in our time together. I told Hairomone this already, but when you were missing, I felt full confidence that you were alive, that you were handling yourselves. That's not to say I wasn't urgently looking for you. Within the constraints of the state of things, our jurisdiction and our lack of psychic protection and basic knowledge of what we'd be walking into heading into that facility, we were trying to form a plan. But as for now, bravery notwithstanding, I know you understand the sacrifices that we make. Sometimes we don't even get to choose whether to make those sacrifices. They just are forced upon us. But I hope you know right now, this is a sacrifice you don't have to make. You don't need to be brave. I mean, I know this. The only images of Constance that have been revealed to the public are images from when you frankly wrecked her face. And that has served to our advantage in keeping your identity secret this long. We have made a point to limit visitors, to keep her identity concealed outside of people who absolutely must see her face. If she's cooperative, we can continue to conceal her identity, have her wear a mask or have some element of maybe not full facial reconstruction, but something could be done if you wanted to. And otherwise, you make a very fine point. And if that is your choice, if that's what you want, not that it's just what you feel you need to do, but if that is the choice that you want to make now, whether it's for you or for the greater good, that's still what you want. I'll go along with it. And either way, you will still be brave to me. I should also make it a point to say that I don't wear a mask when I'm a hero. I wear a mask when I'm me. I wear glasses, different hair. So, just because the world knows your name doesn't mean we can't find some workarounds so you can walk around in public. It's just a sort of a role reversal of when you're wearing a costume. We can make that work too. So, whatever you need to do. When I say there are many ways to be a hero, I mean that as it applies to all aspects of this lifestyle.
But if one person can see me and Constance next to each other and be aware of the danger that faces everyone, if me revealing my identity can get us to the bottom of this even an hour quicker, that's worth it. It's fine.
All right. I'll tell Asher. And we'll go from there.
Can we talk to Asher? Can I talk to Asher?
I mean, she's pretty busy, but I can arrange a meeting with you if you'd prefer to speak to her in person. I was just going to run defense, sort of talk to her on your behalf, but yeah, we can find a place to meet. We can go there if you want to.
Oh, really? Hell yeah. Yeah.
We'll have to be
Hell yeah.
discreet, but we can do it.
Not tonight, but just sometime in, say, the next, I don't know, 2 weeks for some arbitrary time period.
Well, the ceremony is at the end of the week. Our what we call the Ascension ceremony.
That's so dramatic. Oh my God.
That is pretty dramatic.
We have 7 days for that. But in 3 days, the vote hits the public. Constance's trial may be delayed as a result. In the meantime, I guess I have some preparations to make. So I'll speak to Asher, and then you can let me know if you want to have a meeting before or after the vote. Which, by the way, I mean, you're all of age. You can all... Well, I guess not. Hairomone, you're not.
I'm not a citizen.
All right. So at this point, Pantheon leaves you guys alone, unless you guys just like want to keep her around or like have dinner or something. But we now have
Get
3
outta here.
days, 3 days until the vote. The only sort of noteworthy scripted action I'm going to put forward here is that sometime after this conversation occurs, this same night, you do get that message on that private frequency asking for a report and saying that on the night after the results of the vote are revealed,
Oh God.
Aditya, you need to have a meeting with Aditya in the same spot that you did before to discuss how we will move forward.
Ruh-roh.
Fucking asshole. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. And there is an element of like, are you all right in the message, you know?
Is it from him or is
No,
it from
the message is not from him. It's on that coded frequency
Okay.
of like, this is from home. Because Aditya is in the city, so
Yeah.
he knows he knows you're on Team Pantheon. And
Yeah.
he knows that Team Pantheon was just publicly revealed to be involved in this. So he sent his own report home saying, hey, Team Pantheon is in the spotlight right now, which they then respond, you know, send a message to you going, we
changed.
know you're in the spotlight. So we need to know what is happening. And second, have you been compromised? But most importantly, are you all right? Proof of life, please. You know? Yeah.
Hairomone is just like doing this as they're like listening to like adult sippy cup or something. just typing out the most like yes, no, yes, like enough report. Sounds good. I'll go meet him when it's over. Send. Like enter.
So that's the only sort of scripted thing. So now, between now and the day of the vote, those 3 days, we'll go around and see if there are any interactions that you guys want to role play out. Short of just fast forwarding to that day.
I got a couple in the dome.
If you want to fire them off, go for it. I'm still thinking.
Okay,
Pow,
first
pow, pow.
one, obviously, like when Pantheon, when we were back there and Pantheon said that backtrack like came to help or whatever, like all that good stuff. Just like an echo of backtracks saying like, I just thought this was gonna be college time. I wasn't expecting all this crazy shit to happen to you. Like that just like echoed in their head. So I think that same night after they finished listening to the new Adult Sippy Cup album and send that report.
I'm gonna have to make that damn album in real life.
Hell yeah, you will.
They just like go over to Team Blackout's house and they just, instead of ringing the doorbell, they just text him like, square up, bitch, I'm outside.
At backtrack specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
But they're like outside the door of Team Blackout's abode.
And they're stanced.
Yeah.
Okay. He opens the door and hugs you before he says anything.
Well.
And then there's a moment where like it's been too many seconds and he's like, sorry. And he like removes himself.
I hear you got to do a bit of real life hero work.
Yeah. I mean, it was a no-brainer, right? License or no, you have a power that's relevant to the situation, you use it. Blackout could take whatever heat from that moment, but yeah, I saw what happened in there. I kind of don't know what to think about it. I should tell you, the thing that he said that information that he wanted to, get out of Jeremy. I can have audio or not with this thing. And I want to let you know I didn't listen. And that was maybe a little controversial. It might have been helpful to you. But Pantheon agreed. And Blackout agreed. Everyone was on the same page that I was cool to not listen to that. So I don't know. I maybe can't say that I don't care, but I can say for certain that logically I don't want to know unless you feel that you need to tell me or want to.
No.
But no pressure. Yep.
Honestly, I didn't really want to know. Like, Pantheon had the opportunity to tell us herself, and we sort of all chose not. And then, like, that happened, and then we got told anyways. So, and trust me, you don't want to know. It's not bad per se, but it is a little like, oh God, And Hairomone is doing this as like walking further into the house. But I wanted to talk to you about something because it did bring some thoughts into the forefront. And I think they're like in his bedroom now.
Mm-hmm.
And Hairomone closes the door. Regardless of if I come back next semester or not, I think we need to stop. You're right. You deserve fun college time while you can. And, I don't think we're like that compatible. Not saying like I want a real relationship with you, but like I just don't. I'm just thinking about what if my life stays as crazy, and I'd rather you just have to worry about me as a friend rather as a friend and a friend. You know what I mean?
There's a moment where he sort of half opens his mouth and he looks thoughtfully up at the ceiling, and then there's just this long breath out. And then he goes, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, I don't know about compatibility and all that. I know I really like being around you and being near you, and what we have is fun. And I think that it could be more if if both of us wanted it to be. But wanting that and wanting to want that are two different things. And right now, I don't want to want that. And the more we do this, the more I'm going to, which is weird. It's weird. But yeah. And I'm kind of glad you said it first. Because after everything, I kind of wouldn't want to just like you to say that, and I might have tried to power through it. I really don't know. It's not weird though, right?
No. I mean, the fact that we're like that we're here on that, so I'm fine.
Great.
I mean, obviously you're a very close friend to me here. I want to keep it that way.
Oh no, yeah, that doesn't go away. That can't. There are some things you can't take back.
That was a lot less painless than I feared it would be. I'm very glad for that. One more for the road, though?
Huh. You know, I'm at a loss for cleverness. And he locks the door.
Yeah.
Iconic.
We'll fade over. Jeremy went last time, so we can do Jeremy next. If you want to. If you have anything.
Sure. I
Gets
guess
called on by the teacher.
Literally.
I guess he'll just. The only thing is that he'll
engage Pantheon to have the talk that Quickstep told him was coming.
Okay. During those 3 days, which day does this fall
on? I'd say like the second.
Okay. So where would you like this to happen? Just in the house, or?
Does she have like an office or something?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, probably. I think all the squad leaders probably have their own office somewhere.
Then he'll kick in the door.
Yeah. It looks like a place that is furnished minimally, but not from any minimalist design standards or preferences that she might have, but from I literally don't need an office. I just have one as a formality and I never use it. So I'll just use its factory settings and put my little nameplate on the desk, and that'll be the end of it. So it is literally the most generic office you could see. And you sit there. And she goes, "What's on your mind?"
One, I was not convinced that you even had an office because you're not the type of person that seems they would use one, but
well, I tried to convince them that it was kind of a waste of space, but they wouldn't have it.
The nameplate's fancy.
Yeah.
Quickstep warned me or told me or threatened me that you were going to talk to me about what happened back there.
You can sense a certain amount of like awkwardness with you, where she's been trying to like keep a distance but fighting this instinct to like engage with the problem, but it's just a weird sensation, and some of that falls away and is laid more bare by bringing it up and confronting it. And she squares herself and she sort of breathes that tension out, and she says, "I can imagine that you already know what I have to say about that." And Quickstep, I can only imagine, has her own perspective and her own goals at work, colored by her own history. She has her way, but at the end of the day, you're my student, not hers. And for me, I myself am exceptional. And I don't mean that I'm an exceptional person. I mean, I am literally an exception because I have lived a very different life than any of my colleagues can fully understand. And my team has followed suit. I have been given charge of people who, let's put on the shelf the whole Earth thing. Let's not even worry about that and just look at on a base level who you four are. All of you have lived very different specific lives than other people at this school. And that's not to say that that's not true of everyone else too, but the combination of you all together, you've all had unique pre-training in many respects, literal respects. I am your team leader, not just because of some vague destiny, whatever that means. I still firmly believe that I am the right person for you. I know that now. Because I understand, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I understand what's at stake with your future. To some degree, it's true of all of you. It was true of me once too, but frankly, the trauma that you have lived through, without guidance, you could go down a dark path much more easily than other people at this school could. Simply because you've seen things, been through things they haven't. And if I simply resign to that, just punish you blindly based on rules from a city you didn't even grow up in, and a community, a lifestyle that you've only recently signed up for, but are coming from a very different type. I mean, the choice that you made, if you want to call it that, right? The type of hero you were going to be before everything happened, that was your first choice, right? And now you're here. And you're still doing things differently. I think you're still at a crossroads. And there's only so far I can really help you with that. But if you want me to tell you that killing is wrong and that it's not our job, that we don't get to decide that it's corrosive to the spirit, I believe all of those things. And you know I do. You know Fortress does. But I would rather help you than punish you. I would rather highlight you than challenge you. The only thing I worry about is that maybe we're moving too fast. Maybe you need more than this little window before you're ready to immerse yourself to choose this life. Jeremy, I need to have a conversation with some people, with Norman and Pillar and Aaron. I'm having the beginnings of an idea here, but I don't want to not get your hopes up, but they've been successfully woken up. Not Pillar, but that the clone of him, rather. There's some concerns about the future of the clones specifically. But as for Aaron and Norman, they're awake and almost ready to talk. From what I understand already, we've still been in communication telepathically with Norman. And he's more than willing to testify. And he tells us that the same is true of Aaron, though Aaron is slightly more hesitant because he never had any intention of coming to the city. Norman did. But the interesting thing is that Pillar, he's still it's difficult to explain, but he's still inside Norman's mind. Dr. Mary has been working with him, trying to understand his power. And he is not your average telepath, if such a thing exists. His mind, it's a vast machine that can house functionally locations. An entire consciousness can live unseen in his mind. Live in it. And that's what Pillar's consciousness has done. He's awake and alive inside a corner of Norman's mind. He was previously that true of Norman's clone, but he's been able to travel that highway now, that connection, that strange sort of network of consciousness, as I understand it. He now exists in the real Norman's mind. So when we've talked over my idea, if we're on the same page, I'll continue this conversation with you if you're ready. Before the ceremony. What do you think?
Hey, I'm down. I'm always open to talk. Well, now I'm always open to talk. I don't know about when I first got back here, but can I just say I'm really like disappointed on like the whole prophecy thing that you were hiding from me. I was expecting something like world shattering, but I don't know. Seems kind of lackluster to me.
Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of a tenet of Paragon, isn't it? How much of Earth does each one of us carry? That also makes it a little messier, because it may not mean anything to you, but to a lot of people in this world, it might mean everything.
Well, cool. That was a lot shorter than I was expecting, and I was expecting a lot more questions from you, but
No questions, not now, but it is a pause. I think the next phase of this conversation will be a little more involved.
oh, do you think I could talk to Asher after the vote happens?
Of course.
Okay, cool. Cool. Thank you. Bye. And he'll just kind of walk out the room.
Okay.
I
So as
fucking
you
love
do,
Jeremy and Pantheon's relationship.
I
It's so
know.
good.
And as you do step out, we'll pan back over to BB. Do you have any plans for some time in these 3 days?
Yes, I do. So the first thing is like a half scene, kind of. This is just something, actually, like 2 half scenes. I think every morning until he tells her to stop, if he ever does, BB starts going to Jeremy's room really early, throwing a sandwich at him, and then bringing him out and doing like classic PDP training, like really hardcore, kind of like stuff they don't teach you at Moonlight. No, but just like really aggressive, like, I don't know, militaristic training, just to kind of go back to basics, but also to be like, we're in this together.
Mhm.
And if anyone else wants to join at any point, they're welcome. But she just does that with Jeremy most days.
The third time you do that, he does put a bucket of water on his door.
That's really good. That's really funny. Yeah, I think then pranks ensue every time. But and then also she wants to at some point, like within those 3 days, definitely like force everyone to be home in our team and then just hang out, because our team never gets to hang out just by ourselves. So like Silhouette makes a game that we play, or we go over old hero videos. I don't know, something like that.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, hero videos, hell yeah.
Hero videos. It's like hero videos and like Haromone's cooking in the kitchen and just like
Yeah.
leaning back and watching while they're like stirring something.
Absolutely, hell yeah. That's
Is
the
there a
vibe.
conversation you were aiming to have during that scene, or did you want to just kind of like
That's more just
say that
it's
that scene
just
happened?
I just want to say that
Yeah.
the scene happens because it's like the squad hang time is important, and
Mhm.
we've also all been through a really intense trauma in a very short amount of time. So
Yeah.
a night where we can just vibe is needed. But the main scene is that she texts Hargrove
Nice.
and says, hey, is there any way that you could get time off to get like lunch with me in the next day or two? There's important stuff I want to talk to you about.
Of course. Your mother has been understandably busy in the past few days, so I'm sure that my services can go unmissed for just a few hours.
So I think have we come up with future chilies yet?
No, I don't think we have. How about Toasties?
Toasties is pretty good.
That might be a real place that currently
Yeah,
It
exists.
probably is.
exactly. I know, it's like that sounds really familiar.
Jalapenos.
What if it's
That's
just
yeah.
Chili's?
What if it's Chiles?
Chili's, or Chilly apostrophe s, which doesn't make any sense grammatically, but
Yeah, because then we can say that it's Chili's without getting in trouble, because it's like, no, it's spelled different.
They serve only gazpacho.
Hell yes. So we sit down with our gazpacho, and I'm like, I don't know if this is gonna matter to you, by which I know that it'll matter. I don't know how this will affect you. I know that you'll care about how it affects me, but I'm gonna be putting my real name out there for a reason that I can't really tell you. But it's gonna probably end up having to do with my mom. So I'm sorry if that you get any blowback from that, not because you did anything, but just because you have to be attentive to her.
I can't imagine that it would change my life too terribly much. I already am in the employ and constant presence of a very prominent figure in our community. So having your name attached, not only is it something that I've anticipated and prepared for, but it's something that I understand. The only real change to me, frankly, is that I'll be somewhat more worried about you.
That's it's really nice. And her hands are like shaking in a way that she's not really used to, because that has kind of led her into the kind of real reason that she called him here, even if she tried to deny it to herself. But she just kind of looks at her hands. She doesn't look at him and says, do you know where my dad is? Because he just kind of, when my powers showed up, obviously that stuff with him happened. He got hurt by accident. I know it was an accident, but then my mom just kind of took me, and there was no way within the PvP to ever try to reach out to him. And I know that given what he did in terms of his job, like He's not really on the net anywhere. There's not records of him. If you just have any piece of information that could point me in any direction, I would really appreciate it.
He steeples his hands together. I know that your mother has made attempts to keep track of him. This is something I haven't been particularly involved in.
Yeah.
But I know this is something you feel strongly about. And I may be an old dog, but that doesn't mean I don't have some tricks of my own. Connections that I have made over the course of my life, a few steps outside the spotlight. I can make some inquiries if you'd like.
Yeah, I would really, 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 really appreciate that. And I also just want you to know that even though he wasn't there for a lot of the past several years, I never felt like I didn't have a dad because you were there.
He takes your hands and he says, Bailey, I never wanted to make you feel as though I was trying to replace your father.
No. When you don't have a mom and your dad isn't there, anybody who is there is special.
Well, if I am, it's because I have tried to highlight how special that you have always been. Now, as for your identity coming to light, don't worry about how it may affect me. My life goes on happily. If this is the decision that you've made, then I have seen your growth. I know, if you don't mind my saying so, what kind of person that you are. And so if this is your choice, then I already know that you have thought this through, that you have determined that this is the right thing to do. And I will support that. And I will stand beside you as I always have. Tried to do. Anyway. He sort of adjusts his glasses a little bit. And how do you feel about breadsticks? Do you still like them? Or has that changed too?
No, I like breadsticks, but I don't know if I like gazpacho. It's just kind of something towards it. I was like, what if we took the breadsticks and we went somewhere else?
That can be arranged, though, because we did order the gazpacho, we have to make sure to stop by the front desk and pick up our complimentary gazpatula.
We can't leave without that.
He smiles the most dad smile you've ever seen.
Aw, Hargrove.
Hargrove.
And they go and have lunch elsewhere. Yeah.
It's just ship shake.
It probably is just a ship shake.
It's literally a restaurant called Elsewhere.
Ooh.
I was just at a venue, a concert venue called Elsewhere. So listen, that shit exists. Hell yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's their marketing too. They're like, did the place you were first at suck hard? Try us.
Go somewhere else.
That's 100% it. That's really good. So on that, we turn the page back over to Hairomone, who I believe has another moment in mind.
Next day, when is it's on the third day, or it's on the fourth day that the vote is happening?
So from the day that you had that conversation, it then goes 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so on the second day, then I think, Hairomone will send off a text to the Moonchild, asking him to come over. Does he? And Hairomone will again lead him to their bedroom for some privacy, and sit on their bed, as just like with Pantheon, just like with everyone else. I think you can see this is more in the evening time, and there are elements that there are boxes or suitcases, and elements that were once in the room when we've seen Haramone's bedroom are now being taken off. The picture wall is still completely there, and the little nightstand altar is still there, and he can see that there are, probably from their own personal website or from newspapers, that there are 2 little 3-inch by 2-inch little headshots of his parents, with the rest of the pictures that are in frames on the nightstand now, and the scale and the tea light are still there, and they sort of look at the scale and take the tea light off of it. And while they're still leaning over to move the tea light, they just sort of, they don't look at him, but they just sort of say, why this? Why me? I'm not going to ask you what animal this came from, but to me, this is huge. What did I do to deserve such a gift? Been wanting to ask for a while. There just hasn't been good occasion to.
The being that shed this scale does not shed its scales. They must be taken. And I can't tell you much about her. I can tell you that she does have a name, but that we do not speak that name if our feet are not on myriad ground. I guess the best way to put it is that I earned this. But not this one. I was meant to take only one. But when I did, another came free. It was nothing I did, it simply happened. And I couldn't leave it. That would be disrespectful. And so I had more than my share. It's been mine by right for a long time. This second. But it never felt like it belonged to me. And I never expected to meet someone else who has encountered a Titan here when I came here. So the more we spoke, the more I came to know you, I suppose. The more I felt that this extra, a gift I did not earn, was supposed to be given to another. I felt that should be you. I'm sorry I can't tell you more than that. It's like so many things wrapped up in the details of my life that are mine. But this is he softens a bit visibly as he looks at the images of his parents, and he's not taken over by like an overwhelming sadness or anything. He sees them, and it actually takes him out of that intense, focused, almost honestly almost ritualistic way of speaking that he just did. And he goes, I'm glad to see them honored here like this. It means something that you didn't know them.
It means something to me to know that I have no way of getting back what I've lost and what I miss. But someone who understands secrets, or I guess just keeping knowledge, understands Titans, as you said, understands that I could maybe help, maybe any way to help get them back to you. I didn't know them, but I do know you.
Perhaps better than most people here do, if that's not too strange to say. May I mention that I am glad to see your team safely return.
Yes, you may.
Good, because now I have.
We saw their footprint, I guess, echo, whatever you want to call it.
Where?
Stone Keep. There's a guest stone, if you will. And I airdrop the picture that I took.
They told me about it when they came home. I remember when they left to go there, it was really the first time that I really understood what they were doing. They didn't want to get my hopes up. They didn't really tell me their explicit goal until they knew they were really onto it. So I knew they'd been there, but it's still good to see something real of it.
They said, obviously they couldn't really tell us about their trip there. But if their son ever wanted to visit,
Maybe someday. Those steps, they've already reached their destination. They don't need to be followed by me. Maybe when I'm ready to be in a place where I might be known, I will.
it's also just like really cool there. Like, I mean, I don't want to assume, but I vibed heavily, and I think you would too. So I'm probably gonna go back in the future if you ever just want to tag along, you know.
Did you try Dune Dragon?
Yeah.
Good jerky.
Good cookie. Good, like fresh.
They make cookies?
No.
Oh,
I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they make savory cookies out of the Dune.
right. Well, anything's possible, I suppose. But yeah, my parents they told me that fresh was great, the skewers, but the only thing that would keep for the trip home was the jerky, and I remember it pretty well, actually.
We killed a big worm. Do you want one of its teeth?
Yes, I did. You're choosing to give me this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for delayed. Thank you for this, and they gesture to the scale. It will not be shoved back in the corner of a box in storage. We'll just say that.
Well, good. Yeah. You're all right then.
It just depends on the next 2 days or so.
No, the rest of the time, the rest of the team has been sort of in a frenzy since Tonitrus has been home, bothering him for information. You might want to stop by, ease their minds a bit. And by theirs, I mean mine, because I'm kind of sick of hearing them.
I'll tell you what, I love Pantheon, wouldn't trade her for the world, but watching him work was... I am jealous. Just a little bit of you.
I understand that. I do. We're talking about people who would trade themselves for the world. Anyway, you can come back if you'd like to come by now. You're welcome. They're not really doing anything.
No,
We're all just sort of waiting around for the ceremony. Well, for the vote and then for the ceremony. Yeah. So, if you'd like, Ivy's probably halfway to dinner by now.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna pass that up. And they get up from their spot on the bed and they do one of those like side hugs where they just like more like grab the shoulder and like pull in.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, "Oh, Tara, never change." And they walk out.
Something about that hits him in a certain way. And a glimmer of that focus comes back again. He tries to fight it off. He doesn't move away from your sort of grip there, but you can tell that he's thinking about that particular phrasing as you walk to House Tonitrus, where the smell of steak is just like emanating out of the house. You open the door to exactly the frenzy that was described to you as you are embraced by a house full of sweaty martial artists, and the door closes. And I believe that's all of our scenes for this, unless anyone has any more before the vote. In which case, The pages turn. 3 pages, one for each day. Spent with friends, spent easing tension or leaning into it at your discretion. Setting up meetings where necessary. And so you wait. And the 3rd day comes. So as we come to the day of the vote, there is this tension palpable. It's like the air has volume in the entire city. And there are, voting booths, actual places you can go.
Voting montage.
There are also there are voting booths that are in places that are connected to Moonlight Academy. Like, for example, you can go to Quickstep Tower through the underground system to go vote there. So it's up to you guys if you who are able to, which is the whole team except Hairomone, actually do go to a place and vote, because you can.
I think BB, knowing that she's about to fully reveal herself, will like actually go out to a public voting booth and like
Just taste it.
in disguise a little bit, but just like feel the vibe of what the public is, how the public is reacting to this election.
Yeah.
Or voting, rather.
BB, when you go to actually vote on this, you notice that an addendum has been made, and that's part of why it was postponed slightly in the wake of Constance's reveal and like the reveal of everything really that's happened. And you notice that now, as an addendum to if you choose to vote no, you can vote on an amendment into the actual constitution of the first city that no law shall ever be passed that violates someone's rights to their own mind. I imagine there would be more specific, like legalese kind of wording to make it more concrete, but you can vote no and then some. You can vote that no
Super no.
political figure can unilaterally decide to just break this. It is amended into the Constitution that the right to privacy extends into your thoughts in a superpowered world.
And then what is yes voting towards?
Voting yes means that in cases of clear and present danger, the essentially the judicial system can bring in approved psychics or telepaths to read the minds of uncooperative people who are on trial
Against their will.
And that testimony that they glean from their minds can be acted upon. It can be admissible in court as not just hearsay.
Yeah, I think BV votes super no. Because as much as she's like, we need to get the bad guys and make shit safe, like, yeah, invasion of privacy is also impinging on liberties.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hairomone, because they can't vote, I think Hairomone will spend the majority of the day in NPC and get the vibe of, we haven't really seen it because things have been crazy. But Hairomone throughout this entire volume has spent time in First City, in NPC, in other parts of the city, and has gotten to know the people of the city as well.
Yeah.
So I think they spend their day just killing time, buying goods, like, pan dulce and all that good stuff. And eavesdropping in on the drama, on the hot goss that at least the people of NPC are talking about as the day progresses. Like, what did you vote? Why this is stupid? Why, like, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And you feel that resounding no in the community.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another element where there is certain understanding. And one thing that you notice is while you're there, Combio is there that entire day. in costume, but in his like I'm wearing my mask, but also like a white suit
Hairomone
version of
just,
his
like,
costume.
comes out of one of the shops and just spots him and goes,
Yeah.
you.
And his team is here too,
Mm.
but they're not in costume. You just spot them because you know
Yeah.
them. They're hanging around here for the most part.
I think Hairomone will like slide by them in like the
Mhm.
crowd and the streets and stuff and just like tap them on the shoulder
Mhm.
as they're moving past them, and then look over their shoulder and give them a wink as they just like keep going.
Yeah. I think you would have the option to like hang out with Knock Knock if you wanted to, because she's here just eating just all of the pie.
Yep.
So much pie is just going into that girl's mouth.
Mhm.
And you also notice though that this day Baby Loney is here, and she and Poltergeist are clearly walking around holding hands this day.
I like I don't stop. I don't acknowledge it verbally, but I make eye contact with her and I just do a little shimmy shimmy, like a little celebratory like a at her.
And she gives you a very Jade style one back.
Yeah. And I keep going with that new knowledge locked in my brain.
Solid. But yeah, the sense of community here is strong. It feels like they are trying really hard to celebrate, and going into I'm digging into my own Mexican here.
Mhm.
But that whole cultural notion of the celebratory nature of death, the idea of a festivity, of a moving forward and a change, it's not necessarily this sad thing, it's a you come together for a big change. That's coming into play here. Because it is functionally, it's almost like a death of
The status
possibility.
quo.
Yeah, things are changing. And so instead of living in that tension, they are trying to celebrate and be together. The streets are alive today. It is a completely different vibe than just the standard Skyline District vibe.
Stuffy
That
corporate.
tension shifts here.
Mhm.
Yeah, very deliberately. So you spend the day there. That's pretty cool. I'm curious if Jeremy votes at all, if he goes to do it.
Yeah, he'll go to Quickstep Tower and
Nice.
he'll vote because being out in public and having people know that he's in public doesn't seem like the smartest idea.
Mhm.
But yeah, he'll vote yes on the. No, I'm just fucking with you. He'll vote super no, but if like he sees Quickstep around in her own tower, he'll just give her the most stank, smug smile before he walks back to Team Pantheon's house and awaits hearing the results of the vote.
Yeah. So I think they leave it open for a while. It's like pretty standard, I think, to be like 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is that reasonable? Or maybe they would put it past 5 because like people getting off work and going.
It's like
to do
5
it.
to 8 usually, I think. Or
Yeah.
like 6 to 8. Yeah.
That's good. That's pretty good. But the thing that you understand is, I think that vote counting is like futurized. It is efficient, and you expect that you're going to know the result of it this night. But you expect it to go late into the night because it is until like 8 p.m., right? So you feel like, okay, it's probably take at least a few hours, might have to stay up late to hear the results. But I'm going to ask you guys, where are you when the results come through?
Maybe we're just all together in
Mhm.
our own house
Yeah,
with
I think so.
with Pantheon
That
and
feels
no one
right.
else.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
Silhouette, if you would have wanted to also, when you went to vote, BB, I think Silhouette probably went with you.
Oh yeah, definitely. We definitely grabbed food afterwards and then went
Mhm.
back to the house.
Yeah.
And she voted yes.
Silhouette's all about invading the privacy.
And so you're just back at the house. Pantheon is of course with you. and you're waiting. You're watching the numbers. Now, ordinarily, right, in our world context, or at least our America world context, we're sort of accustomed to this, like, it's televised and you get a trickle and it ebbs and flows and it shifts all day long. So you don't really know how it's going to go until it really starts to turn. What happens here is that as you watch, there is no turn. The no category, it starts off like kind of even, and then the no just keeps going and going and going and going. You expect to be up late watching this, waiting for the results. It's only about 2 hours. And after the second hour, by a landslide 91%, it is a no.
I bet the president's feeling really good right now.
Yeah.
He's so happy.
Yeah. And there is a broadcast to confirm this, and the president does speak. President McDuffie does speak on this, and puts forward, she's not as, shall we say, emotionally charged as she was when she made her first plea for people to vote no. She's trying to rein that in a little bit more and maintain that professionalism of like, yeah, I am your president. I have to not try to influence what you think. But now that the results are through, you can see that tension, and she is smiling. She is very happy.
Who drafted this bill again? Do we know?
No, you
Okay,
don't know
gotcha.
that it was one particular person.
Just the Senate, I guess.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Like just the Congress in general.
Yeah.
Briefly in my mind, I was like, was my mom involved in it?
Yeah.
But that's
And I
a
think
lot of things.
The thing is that you might know the specific people, like
Yeah.
some of the people who would have been in charge of drafting it, but they are very deliberately discreet about what specific person's idea was, because they know that person would have a target on their back.
I bet they're feeling so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
And Pantheon leans back in her chair. It looks like she's barely even absorbing what the president is saying at this point. And she just kind of goes, yeah. No matter how many years pass, no matter how old you live to be, people can still surprise you.
Hairomone just like gets up and starts running around the house going, suck my dick, Aditya. You were wrong, motherfucker.
Yeah, Vivi is vibing, turning up. Or maybe it's Vivi might actually be the reverse, where it's like the long exhale of like kind of, I guess, also kind of Pantheon's vibe of like, okay, we've at least turned this corner.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy will take like a stack of papers and he'll be like, well, don't need these, and he'll just incinerate them.
And I think we do fade off on celebration at Moonlight Academy. Celebration of this, but celebration of change as well. And it's all bleeding together at this moment. It is this release of tension. It is the rubber band snapping at this moment. So the conceit is we're celebrating that things went our way, but they're celebrating that you are back, that the truth is out, that this phase of your training, this weird, tumultuous time that no one expected to have, whether they were at the heart of it or not, is ending. And there's no other looming threat that they know about on the horizon, though that may be different for you. There might be a nugget that you're thinking about, but that is up to you. Otherwise, you can immerse yourself in this place, knowing that things are changing. So that brings us to the following day. Actually, it doesn't. It brings us to that evening because you have a meeting.
I think yes, I do. I think we just like see Hairomone go out into the, because I'm imagining like it's like a street and then there's the houses on either side of like the hero teams. Like Hairomone comes out from their house and then it's like like Ivy and I don't know who else. Maybe Monarch. I think Monarch is like that token white girl in the brown people friend group. And so like we're all just like jumping up and down, like holding each other, going like, hey, 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 hey. And then Hairomone feels that text like message vibration in their pocket. And they look at it. And they text Helix like, you never got to use the grappling hook that first time. Wanna use it now?
I'm on the way.
Oh, the love between a boy and his grappling hook.
It's true.
What are you up text?
Yeah.
And
You want
once
to go get
again,
into some mischief?
Yeah.
once more, you hop across rooftops, make your way back to that derelict construction site. And this time, it is not a quiet night. You see that there are those not fireworks that you saw at the 4th of July party that was actually your birthday party.
Yeah.
That are like that sort of smoke kind with the light interplay. You see that there are those drones that project multicolored lights going off. You can hear music in different parts of the city. It is alive right now. The whole city has a release of tension, at least for tonight. And when you get there, Helix nods to you and he waits at his perch, just like he did the first time. And you step closer, climb up, and you find Aditya sitting with his legs kind of dangling over the edge. There's railing there, so he can't just fall off, but he's got his arms over the railing and his feet dangling over. And you see that same visage as before, and he's got his same black hoodie that he was wearing before with the hood currently down, his hair tied up back behind him. And his face is not as sour as it was before, but he just looks like he's just watching the entire city to the best of his ability. And you also notice, as well as his usual compound bow on his back, he has a decently sized metal briefcase next to him on the ground. Well, on the roof, I guess. Yeah, here. And as you approach him, before he even turns to see you, he says, "Yeah, welcome back. You seeing all this?"
Yeah.
Sounds of celebration, they hit a little different when they're ricocheting off a lot of metal. It's not terrible. I think trees and leaves, I think they resonate a little better. I'll donate it.
That right there, growth from our last conversation.
And then he stands up, turns to face you.
Everyone has a big shit-eating grin on their face.
There's no need for all that. All right? It's not like I wanted things to go a different way.
Could have fooled me.
Do not mistake a lack of faith for a lack of hope. Hope is essential to my job. So is neutrality. Them's the cards you get dealt, eh? So, here we are again, though somewhat different context. Read your report. It's, oh, well, it's a hell of an ordeal. I understand that your team is it's in the spotlight. Yeah, you coming forward.
It'll come out eventually, and it's better to stay ahead of it, control it better than just let people come to their own conclusions. Though sometimes they surprise you and they pick the right choice on their own.
Well, our decision, or I should say the council's decision, it hinged on this choice. Given the circumstances, they have unanimously decided to allow you to continue your mission, to continue learning. However, there are two addendums. The first is that they wish to meet with Pantheon. They believe it's time for, shall we say, a slightly more equitable exchange. It will be limited. Her access will be exceptionally limited. But they are aware that she has been there before, however briefly. And given the circumstances, she is functionally your team leader. I know by their standards that is literally true, but there is a parallel to the way we do things. And so she will be treated as such. Within reason. So, you will bring her before the council, and we will have a discussion. And pending that discussion, we will determine whether or not your status will be made public. The council believes, and frankly, so do I, that the next phase is to gauge their reaction to knowing that we are among them. Or rather, you. The discretion of my role in all of this has been and continues to be necessary. So I will tell you, and you can believe me or not, that this does truly rest on you alone. You tell them that you represent the Custodi and what is at stake. And then we see what they do. But first, a conversation, right? So we'll be arranging that. You're about to have time off. You have leave to come home. But as I understand it, there's something you'll be needing first. He reaches down and he takes that briefcase and he hands it to you.
I don't actually take it like that. I do take it like a normal person who's cordial. And I just like hug it to my chest because I know what's inside. Sounds reasonable. Sounds good.
Right then. Suppose I'll head back down and sample the local cuisine.
It's very good. I recommend Ricardo's if you're in the mood for like just like meat heavy, like protein. And then there's obviously Casa Rosita. There's also like a really good spot, like a pho place. It's like we're here, it's like over there. Hairomone just keeps going on until he stops them.
You see his eyes narrow and like move slightly, and you get the impression that he is filing away this information. He says, take it under advisement, Ambassador.
Okay, yeah, that hit a little like, whoa.
Good. It's supposed to. If it were easy, it wouldn't be worth doing.
You make a fair point.
He takes out the bow and he flicks it forward, like into position from its like folded up version out with the satisfying like king sound. And he readies his magnetic grappling arrow. Anything else?
No? See you at home, I guess.
Happy hunting. And he disappears out of sight.
Always a pleasure. I scramble. Love the word scramble lately. I scramble back up the building to where Helix is, and I'm like vibrating with the briefcase in my arms. I'm like,
What is that?
ooh, ooh. If we get home quick enough before bedtime, you can see. Come on.
Oh. He smiles. And he heads back with you.
Yes.
Do you make your way back to the house, though?
My house?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, it's pretty late. And Pantheon has had you guys gathered. She was waiting for you. So you could have been out celebrating, doing whatever. But when you come back, no matter how late it is, she was waiting up for you. And when Hairomone finally gets home, you see that her eyes immediately fall to that briefcase. And she goes, is that what I think it is?
Yes. Did Helix actually come with me? Or
That's,
was he like, see ya?
up to you, because at that point, I think he would see what's happening and be like he's at the door and Pantheon's like, Helix? And he's like, ma'am? And he looks, he looks at you guys like, team.
Is the door closing on Helix?
No, he's standing in the doorway like am
okay,
I
good.
supposed
Okay,
to
yeah,
leave?
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Are any of us gonna invite him in?
Everyone come look at my spoils of war.
Well, before you do that, though, I needed to know if you were gonna. This means what right? You're saying
Yes, and also they request you to come with me anyways. So that's
a lot to process,
an
and I need to ride this.
inevitability. Yeah.
Oh, I need to ride this moment and think about that
Also,
later.
also, they know, so don't worry about that.
At that point, Helix goes, I should go home.
Okay.
Good to see you all.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
As the door closes on him, BB like football throws a root beer to him, and waves at him.
And the door closes.
And
Wait, so you're staying?
Well, yes, they have requested that
Yeah.
that I stay, continue to train here, and pending the conversation that Pantheon and I will be having, I will potentially be revealing that I am from the Costadi as like a test to see how the public reacts to that. And I will technically be the official ambassador to the Costadi all by myself, but not all by myself because I have you idiots.
That feels like it's all good news, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Minus the new paperwork that we'll be having to do.
Yeah. I suspect the NDAs that you have not had to sign up until this point, but probably will have to sign after this point, are going to be extensive.
Listen, I'll get my hands ready to sign. But what's in the box? What's in the box?
Wait on that, because and then she vibrates and you see several of her run off in different directions faster than you can even clock. Like you don't know where she went, but she's back in a second, and she stays in multiple forms.
Wow.
So 3 of her are each holding what look like when you have like a coat and you keep it in one of those big bags, and usually it's see-through, like when you take it to the dry cleaners or something.
Yeah.
But the bags are like slate black, so you can't see inside them. And then there are others of her as well. The remainder of her have like cases that are hefty, that have other elements that you don't know. You have no idea, or you might have an idea. But she goes, I was waiting up because if Hairomone got what they got, then I thought it would be a good time to, well, just open them. Silhouette knows exactly what this is.
I think Baby knows too, and her heart is racing.
Same with Jeremy.
So at this moment, you guys can unzip the bags and see for the first time your costumes. My question to you is, do you want to describe the costumes now as you go and try them on? Or do you want to say that you looked at them, tried them on, maybe give a little hint and describe them at the ceremony? Because we can do either of those things. Either of them can be a beautiful moment.
BB's gonna try hers on tonight.
Okay.
What about y'all? How do you feel?
I think we don't see everything in its entirety. I think we see we just cut to a couple of panels where at the very bottom, Hairomone is like clearly moving items out, like looking at them one at a time. And there's like pictures that they're also, that we, the audience, the reader doesn't see. But they're like looking at the pictures that come with each item. We don't necessarily see the items yet, but at the bottom, there's something that stops them. And what we do see is at the bottom, there is that slate blue metallic fabric that makes up the tabard that Hairomone has always had. But there are 2 golden stripes instead of 1 on the tabard. And they just sort of look at that and start reading a note that has come with this tabard, and they just cover their mouth and they just start crying as they're reading this note and holding the tabard with the 2 golden stripes on it.
Yeah, I think Jeremy will take his thing and he'll like go to unzip it, but then there's nothing there to unzip with, so he'll just kind of stare at it and then smile to himself, and then he'll just kind of throw the bag over his shoulder and not even try and unzip it again, and just take it to his room and hang it up.
BB goes stays to watch Hairomone open theirs, but then goes to the bathroom, and she stays in the bathroom for like a long time. And if we cut into the bathroom, she's just like She has the thing hung up, and she's like just sitting on the toilet with the thing shut, and she's just kind of like, her legs are like bouncing, and she's just really, really anxious. But then she unzips it, and she glimpses of it as she puts it on. She looks at herself in the mirror. She nods, and she opens the door, and she comes out to you guys. And what you see is, I'm gonna go bottom up, shoes. We got black leather cowboy boots with gold embossed threading. There's golden spurs, which these are also these practical details are going to be things that BB has to like work towards. She's not going to get all these things immediately, but she has golden spurs, which when she clicks her heels together once, can each break into two and smooth out to become wheels and like roller skates, essentially. A la Silhouette. If she taps her heels twice, the spurs move and attach to the bottom of the boot, becoming a magnetized kind of thing that allows her to walk up walls. Pants. We're rocking some black leather pants with a pattern of white stars going down the side of both legs. White belt that has the gold BB belt buckle in the middle, and two small golden holsters on each side. She probably is gonna like have gadgets in those. For the jacket, we're feeling black denim-esque jacket that is bullet/laser proof with golden threaded embroidering on the back that says bang bang. And below those words there, or below or above those words, or one below, one above, there's a pair of gold threaded embroidered Western pistols. There's also little accents of golden thread embroidery all over the jacket. Shirt is just a black leather top with a white star in the center of the chest. The mask. So BB doesn't have an eye mask. She has essentially a gaiter or like a bandana that goes over her nose. And it's the classic black and white cowboy pattern. And then there's the cowboy hat, which again has that same kind of golden embroidery. But the embroidery is kind of the same as this classic bandana type. And the hat does something that we'll reveal later, but she looks down at herself, and she looks out at each of you, and just without even thinking, her voice slips back into the accent. She goes, "It fits perfectly. Nothing's fit me better."
You notice that Pantheon is now wearing hers as well in the space that you guys changed, and you're standing around her and amongst her. But we're seeing like almost from your perspective, so we just see those little glimpses of your costumes that we get. But I like that BB already, we got the full description only for BB's in this moment, because the impact of it for you, we're seeing you standing there, but your friends are like shadowed in the panel looking. And as Silhouette, we saw her open just a bit. The only element that you see now is that there's a black trench coat that is actually like everything else is contained within the trench coat. And at first it looks like the texture of leather, but she runs her hands over it with a smile, and it makes no sound. It does not make the sound that leather makes. And
That's
she runs
tasty.
off, and she changes, and she steps out, and you don't hear her. You hear nothing when she steps out in her costume.
Hell yeah.
And at that point, Pantheon, she's misty. But as you guys kind of have a moment to breathe and you're standing here together, she goes, okay, it's late. Everything fits. So, I just wanted to mention, if you guys could meet in my office tomorrow, say noon, I mean, sleep in. It's not the most dire, but there's a conversation that Jeremy and I need to continue, but I think we should all be there for it because it concerns all of us as a team. It's not scary, but there are some people who want to talk to you as well.
Can we make it scary?
No,
Ooh, no fun.
I thought you'd want to know that our friends are awake.
Oh shit.
And in good health. I mean, some effective evil science, that stasis. So they're largely unharmed. All right. Well, I'll leave you to it then. I'll see you tomorrow. She lingers a moment just to get another look. And then she turns and she leaves.
Just wanted one more look at you.
I think BB goes over to the couch and sits down, foot up on the coffee table, puts the cowboy hat down, and then just fully goes to sleep.
Hell yeah. Yee-haw.
Gonna sleep in that costume for the rest of her life.
Are we clear to fade off this moment?
Yeah.
We fade into the next day around noon. Out of your costumes, back to your daily lives, and you make your way to the administrative tower up to Pantheon's office that I think you've not even been in except for Jeremy. And you open the door and you see again that like office with no furnishings beyond what is necessary and chairs enough for you guys brought in. And you see that Pantheon is sitting there, not in costume, but with two other figures who you recognize, though they are looking in better health than you have seen them. They look okay, well rested. You see Norman with his blonde curls. He's got like a white sweater on and some blue jeans. And you see sitting next to him is Aaron with I think his head is shaved bald, and he is still a very like tall, lanky figure, while Norman is around 18, though technically he was 18 when he got and has been in stasis, so his body has not changed. He's older than 18 technically, but he appears 18 still.
How long have you been 18? A while.
Yeah. But I just wanted to put for like the stasis, it was true stasis that they were in. And Aaron is a very spindly, kind of Doug Jones proportions of a person, if that makes sense to anyone. And he has these just like big pale eyes that seem to watch everything, and this very like narrow nose, very tight lips, kind of a very wide mouth, a very wide line, and he's just looking at everything. And his eyes are only like exemplified by the fact that I don't think he has any eyebrows either. Like he really doesn't have like any hair on his face or head.
Cool.
So he's just sort of looking, and his eyes raised to you guys, and he does smile with that wide flat mouth that he has. And Norman is actually the first to talk. He gets up and he like rubs his hands together and then outstretches to shake. I think to Jeremy first, honestly. And he goes, "Nice to meet you in the flesh."
Hey, you're awake now.
Yeah, it's cool to shake my hand. It's not cold anymore.
He'll do it with his right hand and not his left.
Mm-hmm. And at that, Aaron stands up as well, and he just has his hands folded together, and he's like lightly tapping his fingers on his interlaced hands, and he just sort of half bows, mostly with his head, to you guys, and looks up, and he goes, "Pleased to make your acquaintance."
Oh, he's cute.
Nice to meet y'all. Thanks for waiting for us.
Norman goes, "There's actually somebody else here. I mean, in here, really, too. And you guys can see him, but he wanted to ask me. He asked me to ask you permission before I, get in your heads and project a guy at you. So,
Knock yourself out.
Hi, Pillar.
You guys blink, and he's there. He's sitting there in a chair. You know he's not physically in the room with you, and that Norman is projecting Pillar with you. And he has this big smile on his face, but his eyes look almost sad. Almost. He goes, "Hey guys, good to see you again." The feeling of him in the room with Pantheon is palpable. She instinctively, she just stands near him, and she has a hand kind of up like on the back of his chair, even though he's not physically there. And he looks up at her and he nods. Pantheon goes, so I just wanted to let you guys know what's going on with everyone. There's been some hasty debating, because of course the health of the clones specifically has been in question. So I wanted to let you know what has been happening, or rather we all did, because these guys have been in the thick of it. And Norman goes, yeah, I'll take over. So we agreed to testify. We'll stay in town long enough to do that. And it is being, done a little bit more hastily. Constance's trial is no longer explicitly necessary. Her testimony will be given, but she's actually going to get moved somewhere.
Do we know where that is?
And Pantheon goes, yes. She's actually going to focus primarily on her mental health. She's no longer going to be kept in a maximum security facility, but rather a maximum security rehabilitation facility, which in theory Blackstone already is, but she is cooperative. She is no longer, she's dangerous, but this is a part of our deal with her.
Can I go see her?
Yeah, we'll have to arrange it, but yeah, of course.
All right.
But she's going to testify, and she will. Her sentence, it's already done. So that's that.
Are you gonna see her before we will?
Me? No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
There's something I wanted to give her, but when I tried to, Warden fell was like, I'm evil, and then I didn't get to do that.
Yeah, that was a problem. But
that can be later.
She looks back at Norman, and he goes, yeah, so there's a thing with the clones, right? Clone me and clone Aaron. It's confusing. Their status as to like what happens to them, it's kind of up in the air, right? Clones aren't exactly like a legal thing that happens. So the idea of what is to become of them is in question. And we've been working with Dr. Quickstep, Pantheon nods, and he goes, yeah, so Quickstep, Dr. Lim, a bunch of other people. The whole thing. Essentially, it's not like, in short, they're not going to be able to develop social skills like we have. They were very deliberately grown. They were developed in such a way where they can form memories, but the cybernetics embedded into their minds, they were curated to be controllable. They can be kept alive, but their quality of life may not be ideal. They won't be able to communicate really, at least not fully. The ethics of waking them up, ordinarily it would fall to their families, but they're clones. Their families really are their originals. I don't have a better term. I'm sorry. And he looks to Aaron, and Aaron goes, yes, it is to those of us whose DNA was taken against our wills to determine what will be done with them. Norman and myself both agree that there's no reason to, for lack of a better way to put it, keep them alive. It would be more humane to simply let them go. However, there is Pillar to consider. And Pillar goes, I barely understand how this whole thing works with my mind. The network of consciousness that was formed by that serum, by my blood and the clones, they're just doorways for me to walk across, but I can exist as I am now, completely in Norman's mind. And we've been discussing this. I mean, the reality of my existence. I'm not sure if I can just will myself away, or what would happen to me if I even tried. But the nature of his power is such, I can continue to exist. And Norman is okay with that. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's not like we're seeing what each other's doing all the time.
Mental roommate.
Yeah. I think it's a fair arrangement, considering. Where was I? Oh, Kate's clone. Norman continues. Yeah, Kate's clone. She doesn't have anyone to make that call for her. Kate's gone. That's the tricky part. Dr. Guest, as well, is this okay for me to say? And he turns to Pantheon. Pantheon goes, it's all right, Dr. Guest. Well, Dr. Guest has chosen to keep his clone alive, but not awake. We want to study how this was done and examine certain aspects of his power. No harm will be done to him, of course, and he'll be kept at a secure facility run by us, not Alma. So it is at Dr. Guest's discretion.
Then Constance and I can kind of figure that out ourselves, right?
Well, this is Pantheon speaking. She goes, well, Constance is in a different category, the same category that JJ would have fallen under had he lived.
Oh, okay.
Constance was awake. She didn't have her consciousness deliberately curtailed. She's her own person, by any definition.
Good.
Regardless of her choices and her morals, she is alive and awake. She's conscious. So she has the right to choose.
Good. Okay. I didn't understand the delineation, but that's good.
The main question that I brought us all together to discuss is beyond all of this, really. There's nothing to do but to say it. Jeremy, you've had less time, less training here than the rest of the team. And I've had high expectations for you that have been unfair considering those circumstances. I understand that there are certain goals of yours, and I don't want to stand in the way of you exploring that. I don't think it's time for you to have your license with the others. It'll be waiting for you should you agree to this proposition. See, I don't think your training should end. But I think that maybe for this phase of your training, I'm not the teacher you need. And she turns to Pillar. And Pillar leans forward in his chair and he laces his fingers together and he says, Jeremy, I know this is a lot. I understand. Look, you can say no, but I've been speaking with Norman and Aaron, and the three of us agree. Stonekeep needs a new aspect. Heroes might not be the right word, but they need people with abilities and the will to act, not just protectors, not hunters, not scrappers, not people who have other duties to perform, people whose job is to seek out threats to the community and prevent them. If you let me, I would like to guide that, to bring what I know, what I've learned from Pantheon. I'd like to teach you and Stonekeep what heroes can be. Not that I'm an authority on the matter, but I want to help. And I have this chance. You have this chance. And if at some point you feel ready, you want to return to Team Pantheon, it will be at my discretion, I suppose, if I think that you're ready, and if you have chosen that that is the path you still want to walk on, then you can come back and get your license. Continue on with Team Pantheon. But it's up to you. And Norman leans forward and he goes, it's up to you, but also, just putting my opinion out there, I meant what I said. I think you and I will be friends, no matter what you do. And I always said I wanted to come here to this city, and I still do. I want to spend time here, but I know Stonekeep, the whole dune, everything. I mean, they don't have you. But they can have us. We can do something. We can help them. I mean, I want the world to be together. I don't want these lines in the sand, you know. I want, what do I want? And at that point, Aaron leans forward and he puts a hand on Norman's shoulder and he says, we want to help. We want to do our best. And at this point, like, all of their eyes are just on you, Jeremy. And they realize it too. They realize like the pressure of their gaze, and they kind of pull back a little bit and just wait for you to respond.
Pantheon, one thing that you do not get enough credit for is you sure do know how to teach your students how to not die. Well, it sucks about the hero license, but it makes sense. But I think for this decision, give me some time.
Of course.
I'll have an answer for you after the whole Ascension ceremony.
Good. Well, then, I guess that's it. Not so bad. And she looks over at everyone else. Norman goes, anybody want to show me like cool city stuff? I've been doing interviews
On it.
medical examinations. I would like to do something city-y.
First stop, ship, shake. Yep.
Both of those words have new and exciting possibilities that I cannot fathom. Aaron, my new tall friend, and he looks over at Aaron, and Aaron goes, yes. Yes, I think we should. And by the way, before we go any farther and the energy of the room shifts, I would just like to say thank you to everyone here for our lives. It is not nothing.
Stop. Stop
It's
it.
what we do, baby.
That.
And you all step out and have a day on the town with some new friends. But Pillar stays behind with Pantheon. And the door closes on them smiling at each other to have a day unseen, one that belongs to them.
Ow.
Cute.
Okay. So at this point, it's just waiting out the rest of the week. Unless there are any specific things that you want to accomplish, the trial of Veritas is not going to happen right now. That's going to be a little later. The testifying is going to happen a little bit later. It's not just going to be like boom, boom, boom. The next day, it's the trial, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I believe the Ascension ceremony is really the next big thing on the docket.
I just wanted to talk to Asher before the...
Okay, so you want that to be a role-played moment.
Yes, please.
Okay. So does everyone go to that, or is that a Jeremy specific?
Just a Jeremy thing.
Okay. So you can actually be brought discreetly to the like AID headquarters, or at least their sort of satellite in the first city proper. And you can go meet with her.
I'll knock on the door before going in.
Mm-hmm. She opens it, and she's overworked, tired, but happy to see you. And gestures for you to sit down.
So, director, a lot of work that you have to do, huh?
Yeah. But I'll gladly take it over the work of trying to unravel this while people are dying. Knowing is it's grateful work.
I'll just keep this quick so you don't have to spend too much time on me, and you can maybe make a dent in that paperwork over there. JJ's body.
Mm-hmm.
I'd really appreciate it if you tell me where it is now.
Jeremy, we've had this conversation before. Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed but us, I'd say.
Not all change is a domino. That, to me, is a reminder of my failure. The failure of this institution. But instead of mourning the road not taken, I'll be grateful for the roads I can avoid going forward. And look forward to the one that we can walk on. But that road as it is now, it still has... I'm losing metaphors. I'm running out of metaphors here. It's not my call. And frankly, she looks around, she stands up, and she does actually lock the door, and she looks back at you and she says, "You want the truth? I don't even know." And I tell you this now, in part because of what you've been through, in part because a part of me still doesn't know what you're going to do from here. I do believe you're going to make the right choices, whatever those are. But the first thing, the sentiment, the rules we have to follow, hell, you can call it a game we have to play if you need to. That comes first. I should tell you, if you go digging in places, I wouldn't be surprised if you found snakes. There's a metaphor for you. She leans back.
Well. All right. Number 2. Pillar's blood samples. Surely you must know where those are and what's happening to them.
They're being analyzed.
By who?
Quick Tech has some. They divided them in half. It seemed fair. Half of them went to Quick Tech. The other half? What do you think, Alma?
We both
What's to
know
be
that
done with them is another matter. Legislative matter, as a matter of fact.
Let me give you what should be done with them. They should be destroyed.
I agree. Wholeheartedly, in fact. And I've said as much. Unfortunately, let's just say I'm still riding the high of my sympathy vote here. I have no illusions about what has factored into me getting this job, and it's not all my skill. It works in their favor to have me here. It makes them look good. I know that. But I am incredibly skilled, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So, with the extra leeway I have, I'm making my opinions known. Maybe I have a little more leeway because people aren't used to that right now. These secrets buzzing around like flies. Yeah, I made my voice heard. And it was heard. Listened to? No. That's outside my job. That's a little pat on the head. And I can see that leeway just starting to trickle out. Look at me getting all worked up. Little victories. Hell, big victories. We have Veritas behind bars.
That's not enough.
Well, we'll see how the trial goes. It might not be.
Well, we're not friends. As much as just now I felt that I might actually start to like you, we're not. But as one person who does not like you to another, I do ask this one favor. If you could take this note to Veritas and make sure that he reads it. And don't worry, it's not some scheme to try and kill him while he's in prison. I don't think paper can do that.
Oh, paper cuts are a bitch, and she does take it.
Does she read it? Because it is just like a sheet of paper with notes written on it.
Yeah. And she gives the impression like she's going to read it. She looks at it and back at you to see like what your reaction is to her, making the intention known that she's going to read it.
He'll just give like a completely wild and just straight up evil smile as he walks out the room. And on it, he And on it, the piece of paper, it says, I hesitated back in the desert because of my team. Pray that you do not leave that prison. I'll give you one free, fresh breath of air before I do what I should have done. And there's a little symbol with his eye and the pupil and a flame in the iris.
We see, I think, that as a text box as she reads it. And she looks up and sees that closed door where you had been sitting. She grits her teeth and just leans forward in her chair, placing it on her desk and steepling her hands over it. As we cut over to you in the hallway, you walking, we get closer and closer in on Jeremy's face. And we see this, what I only imagine is a look of consternation, of just determination. But we're tight in on your face. And as the page turns, we remain on your face, but with your newfound hood up. But that same look on your face. As all of you are walking down the hallway of a shuttle hangar at Moonlight Academy on the day of the Ascension ceremony. You're all in your costumes, but the route that you took to get here was deliberate. You have not encountered any other members of the Champions program on this morning. And that is by design. The idea is that no one sees the other team's costumes until they are all announced together. And as you're making your way down the hallway, there's this whole song and dance about it. And you get to your individual shuttle, which looks a little bit different. It has these attachments that you're not really sure like what they do. And you get in with only your team and Pantheon. And you begin to fly up above Moonlight Academy. A familiar trajectory as you make your way to Nova Skybase, where the Ascension ceremony will take place. And you start to realize the Ascension is kind of literal. At least here.
I hate them for this.
I think Corinne and I are both still reeling from the last scene. We're just like, damn. All right, I guess we're doing this now.
I saw an opportunity for a cool transition, and I had to go for it.
I
had to go for it.
Pick your moment.
So as you're all sitting there in your costumes, Pantheon, none the wiser really about the nature of the conversation that Jeremy just had.
Yeah, all of us are unaware, blissfully.
Yeah.
That's what he was planning.
You see the image of Nova Skybase appear on the horizon as Pantheon goes on the comms and gets clearance to land. You see that she heads straight for the central dome that is today lit up. All around it, it's like 360 holographic display of the different colors of the Nova heroes and the other heroes who are squad leaders. They're all swirling, and sometimes they form the emblems of each of the different team leaders, and they are just lighting this place up.
Aww.
You see that there are towers, as many towers as there are teams, and they're wide enough for you to land the shuttle on. And the shuttle lands, and there are walls around the helipad so that you can get out and no one can see in. And you get into an elevator that brings you down through this tower and opens up into what is essentially a changing room. And also kind of a small miniaturized home theater. It is a little compartment with a closed door on the other side of the room and a big, wide, curved screen on the other side that is currently just projecting the empty stage that you know is inside the dome. And Pantheon looks over to you and she goes, all right, we've been over this. We've done rehearsals, so you know, like, when to come out, you know, or... It's a whole thing. But this is where I leave you. So I don't really know what to say from here. I kind of didn't think I would be here again, but I guess I just want to say that I'm really glad it's with you, no matter what happens. Okay?
All right.
And she steps through the door and it closes. There are individual changing areas too, in case people like wanted to change into their costumes here, which I think is probably actually easier, so that you could like walk to your shuttle without having to go in some secret. Yeah, that makes more sense actually. Yeah.
Stealth.
What am I thinking?
Mission.
This makes more sense. So you can actually change here. And as music begins to play, you see Pantheon, or Pantheon actually with the other heroes are gathering up on the stage, all of the squad leaders and Nova. And Fortress stands in the center. And she smiles. But again, you only see this on the screen, though you know it's happening out through this door. She says, "Champion program, welcome. It has been a tumultuous first term. There is no hiding it. There is no purpose in trying to sugarcoat the truth of it, because hard times often define us, not by happening, but by the choices we make to face them. And the choices to face them. And all of you have faced this life with pride, with dignity, with immense responsibility. And I am proud of every single one of you. I cannot wait to see the heroes you will become. Without further ado, she begins to announce each team in turn. She says, Team Tonitrus. And you see like the camera cuts to a door opening and Team Tonitrus steps out onto the stage and you see their costumes. So I'm not going to describe, if I had to describe every single person's costume, that would be wild. We'll do it on a case by case in the future. But now, as each team is announced in turn, I will maybe just do some individual ones that I think are noteworthy, just for the moment, because Team Tonitrus comes out first. And you do notice, of course, Helix's costume is far removed from the Shadow Boxer outfit that you've seen before. He looks like almost an echo of Tonitrus in certain respects, but he's black and gray and has a similar sort of domed mask as Tonitrus has, but there's this white pattern of a DNA helix that crisscrosses all down the entirety of the costume. He has these shin and forearm guards that are like this shining black, and he has those good like Batman spikes, who I wish I could remember the name of.
Fin blades?
Yeah. And he has those white eyes. And you also notice the main thing about his costume is that on his mask, kind of above his eyes, the central focal point on his face is a stylized version of the same tattoo that you've seen. That pointed sort of triangle with the circle behind it. But this time the circle is in gold, almost like a sun. And he's walking with the rest of his team as well. As you see Ivy with like more wrestler, like traditional wrestler inspired, like athletic wrestler inspired costume, sleeveless. And so as each team is announced in turn, are there any other ones that like you specifically really want to see?
Monarch.
Oh yeah, Monarch absolutely has the, like a white bodysuit with black and orange patterning that actually forms the image of a butterfly on her chest.
Knock knock.
Knock Knock's outfit is appropriately baggy still, but doesn't actually detract from like the superhero-ness and the presence of it. Her hair is actually tied back. She has this cute little domino mask, but her emblem that is emblazoned on the front of her, it's almost tunic-like. If you know her, then you know that it actually kind of looks like a little crate of French fries. But it's integrated into the design. There's like line work coming down here into this sort of rectangular that is like the French fry cup, but it really just looks like a symbol. It's only because you know her that you know that it's French fries. And you see in a circle like a cartoon emblem with K and then K, like diagonally in a circle. Yeah. That's Knock Knock's one. Actually, it's worth noting as Team Combio steps out, the person who really draws your attention is Poltergeist. Poltergeist is a telepathic and telekinetic hero. And yet what you see is a leader. He is standing in front of his team. And he has this deep blue, the same color as the shirt that you've seen him wear a lot, and white costume with this flowing cape that blows in the breeze behind him. He cuts the figure of a classic hero. I don't want to say Superman, but I'm going to say it anyway. That type of presence is there. And as he comes out, I think Team Blackout has already come out at that point. And Loney, you see Loney like in the background of a shot as he passes, losing her mind. Yeah, she loses her whole mind. Yeah, she is freaking out at the prospect of like what he looks like. And you see the ripple effect. No one here except his own team expected that to be the kind of costume that he had, except his closest friends who know what kind of person he truly is. And as each team is announced, they all step up to the podium, up to their particular mentor, who hands them what looks like a metal, almost credit card sized thing, but you can't entirely see it just from the, from the screen. But finally, Fortress, you're not the last team or anything, but she does say Team Pantheon, and the doors open. And at this point, we have to get the actual descriptions. Yeah. So we got BB's, right?
BB will just come out first and go bang, and then holster her fingers in her holster.
Oh my god!
I want you guys to have the most impact, so I'll do silhouettes first, actually, because silhouette, the first thing that you know is this is inspired by Moonrider. Of course it is. So that black flowing overcoat that looks like it's leather but makes no sound as it ruffles against the rest of her costume, it's draped over this padded sort of bodysuit of different shades of purple and this purpley kind of periwinkle blue. And she still has that Daredevil style mask, but you see a ponytail coming at the back of it. And she has these big goggles and earpieces that you can only imagine like what kind of stuff she can see and hear and do in there. She has these concealed pockets all down the pants of her costume, as well as holsters, double holsters, like X crossed exactly like Moonrider's, but the center of her belt has this stylized S in a circle as she steps out.
Is there a spot for the nerd's rope whip?
Yeah, that's what one of the holsters is.
For sure, that.
Yeah. Should we go over to Hairomone?
Okay. Hairomone steps out holding their costatum spear. Because you got it. And what everyone sees is honestly just like a burst of color. They're not like neon colors or anything, but it is colorful. So I'm going to do my best to describe this because I'm bad.
Hell yeah,
but
you got it.
Art for all of these are forthcoming.
Yes. Their hair is down, and like little curls are curling in to their forehead. As we see, they have a navy or midnight blue skin tight half mask that sort of goes like in a W kind of. And everything I'm about to describe is skin tight and scaled. So these navy blue scales, and there's like pieces of clear glass almost over where the eyes are. They're not like goggles. They don't like protrude like goggles. But there's enough space so that the eyelashes are not hitting and it's not uncomfortable, but it is as close to the face as possible, so it looks as natural as possible. Then we get to like the shoulder area, and they're wearing a green, like deep forest, rich green scaled sort of I don't even know how to describe it. It's like one half is draped over the other, still skin tight, and it's just the shoulders and the sleeves. And it goes up in sort of like a tight turtleneck as well. And that is green scales, which then for the torso is a skin tight, red scaled sort of bodysuit that runs underneath that green overwrap. And on the forearms, there is more costatum in sort of like a bracers sort of configuration. And they also have those navy blue scales going up like fin blades as well. And they look kind of like alligator or crocodile scoots if you look closely at them, which is then at the middle, at the waist, there is, of course, a utility belt or a belt with a bunch of pouches to fit a bunch of shit in because you gotta stay ready, which is also that navy blue scaled material or hide, if you will, which then connects to that tabard that I described before. That's costatum blue tabard with the two golden stripes running along the edge. And then there are the same green scaled thigh highs. They come up to a point on the thigh, and they run the length of the leg. They are like the shoe itself. It's not like thigh high and then shoe. It is the shoe. It's one long boot. And then on the knee, there is more costatum that sort of like rests on the point of the knee, and it's pointing out. And you could imagine that if you got kneed by that, it would fucking hurt. And that's really what you see. They step out and they tap the costatum spear to the ground, and you just see these bright amber honey eyes peering out of this navy blue mask. And it's almost as if they're glowing. And that's what Haromone's hero costume looks like.
Yeah.
And gamers, I just saw over text a sneak peek of their costumes image, and goddamn. I mean, that verbal description was already fire, and then seeing, I'm like, yo, this is it. This is absolutely it.
And Jeremy.
Jeremy steps out, and the first thing that you notice is that Jeremy's old like overcoat was black with bronze highlight. This one is white with bronze highlight. And it is, the bronze highlights are in the same like textured patterns. But the material of the coat itself is much lighter and much flowier. With every step, it just seems to just like move with a wind that's like not even there. And he has a big old hood that he wears now. He got rid of the old PDP hat, and but he still has the same bronze bandana. He just wears it up over his face. Let me go to my notes to see what else he has. His shoes are now boots, and they go up to about his calf, and they seem to be very snug, not enough to restrict blood flow, but just to don't want to get a rock in your shoe while you're out heroing. And everything on him has like some hint of bronze, like highlighting somewhere, and on his boots his laces are bronze. The next thing you'd notice is that he's wearing a white like chest plate for protection, and underneath that you'd see like straps for like a satchel and a little camelback that like runs up to his mouth. On the right side of his face he is like what's essentially a Saiyan scouter. I'll just be honest.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, he is a scouter, goes over one eye. Final details. His right hand is covered in a white glove that seems very light and breathable, but where his left hand is, he is currently clipped what looks to be a heavy black flame retardant glove that's just kind of pinned up where his hand should be. And in the center of his chest plate, the same burning eye symbol with the flaming iris is there in nice old bronze.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So as you all step up to the stage, Pantheon hands you something each. It is a credit card sized silver metal card. It actually looks a little bit unassuming when you look at it, but the surface of it is completely sleek. But on the back of it, there is a cleverly hidden fingerprint sensor. And when you put your finger over it, a symbol of your choosing that you maybe have had to pre-approve appears holographically over the surface of the metal side. And these are the physical representations of your hero licenses, though you know that they are like, it's something that's in the system.
Mhm.
So actually Jeremy can have one of these as well.
Wow.
And
Hell yeah.
when all of your names are announced, there's an interesting point of note, just based on information that I have. When Jeremy's hero name is spoken out loud, what name is given?
Prometheus.
Ooh.
Fuck yes.
Dude.
Yes. That's it. That is it. Oh.
So that name, it hits the crowd. It hits all of your classmates, truly. And once everyone is here, everyone is gathered, the stage actually descends so that everyone is on the same level. And you see every team standing with their team member, taking up this entire space with friendship, with color, with power, and with purpose. Fortress looks out amongst the champions program with endless possibilities ahead. And she says, congratulations again to each and every one of you, and to each of you as a team. This coming rest, this month, well, perhaps we need it more than ever. Gather yourselves, be happy. And when we return, we must discuss the champion's debut. Yes. And she begins to applaud, and everyone in the stadium applauds as well.
As we're applauding, I think Hairomone peers over at Monarch and like just
Jeremy.
the faintest hint of a blush like starts, and then they're like, oh fuck. And then they peer over at Helix, and they just like, as they're scanning everyone, as they're joining in the clapping, but they stop at him and they're just looking at his hero costume, and they just can't not look away. Like, it's just so magnetizing. And then they realize what they're doing and they keep clapping. Yay. Oh my God, nothing happened. Wow.
I think BB is actually also looking over the stage. I should have asked this from the jump, but Knock Knock was just such a tempting proposition of knowing what her outfit was like. I think she does look for troubleshooter And doesn't mean like hold eye contact, but wants to see what the fit is.
Oh yeah, Troubleshooter's outfit is arguably the least changed from what her, because she was wearing something
that
was,
sounds right.
like really stylized. So
Yeah.
she actually does just have a more hero-fied, like bright red, white, and gray suit. The closest thing I can say is, like, if you're familiar with Arsenal from DC Comics, that kind of arrangement of pieces. And I think she does still have a cap. She still has like a red cap on with her hair coming out, but she also has either goggles or like shaded goggles that can either be like, they can be a different color. I think they can either be red or pure black.
Does she make eye contact with Baby?
Mm-hmm.
Baby just tips the hat.
She does the same.
And that's it.
And as Pantheon is standing with you, the round of applause is still going. So she gets in close and she speaks to you all and she goes, choices, futures, all of that stuff. We can talk about that later. I think the champion's debut is going to be interesting. Seems like maybe a weird time for a tournament, but take the month and decide if you guys want to enter. No pressure, but I think it might be fun. Especially with maybe some extra eyes in our direction. Might be fun to show them what we've got.
Do we win anything at the end?
Oh, we'll talk about that. Trust me. And as the applause continues in this room, we pan out, and you can still hear it outside the dome. It's otherwise quiet up here at Nova Sky Base. And we see birds flying by, and they carry us down, all the way back down into the city. We see the perspective of all of it. A quieter day than yesterday, for sure. Juxtaposed against the celebration above, but there is this collective exhale. Almost like all of Paragon exhales with a single breeze that just flutters through between buildings of the city. And those birds continue to fly, panning over across the ocean, over to Symphony, over Stonekeep, where Shay and Connor are still going over staff techniques. Some that look particularly familiar. And we pan over, up and above, a world largely unknown. Largely divided, but with potential. And that is where we are going to leave Volume 2.
We did
Oh
it!
man, you guys.
We did it!
It was a long journey. Yeah.
Jeremy, I swear if you go full Anakin Skywalker, Baby's gonna be so pissed.
Yo, let's go.
So
You are my brother, Jeremy. Sorry.
it's been a long journey, and it's been a really fun journey. Obviously, this volume was twice as long as Volume 1 because there was twice as much stuff. And personally, I'm so proud of this. Like, from all of us.
Mhm.
I just feel so fulfilled from this, from the story that you guys are telling, and it's been amazing, and it's going to keep being amazing because we're moving into a very different tone, a different phase of this story.
Anime tournament arc. Let's go. I'm so excited.
So next season, not only will we learn the results of Hairomone and Pantheon's visit to the Titan Wilds, Jeremy's choice, will he return to Stonekeep and continue to learn under Pillar's tutelage, and what will become of him after that. Either way, you can expect to see this cast, and perhaps some surprises, in store next volume. Thank you everyone for watching, and in the meantime, while we take our little between seasons break, of course, you have the annual First City Annual number 2 to look forward to as a little preview. It is one very special butterfly's birthday coming up, and so we must have a party. So that's our annual. You can expect the First City Halloween special going up just in time for Halloween, and maybe some other surprises in store. You can also watch us level up in a supplementary video that is forthcoming, because do we have many level ups to do, not only mechanically and some mechanical shifts in the system that we've sort of workshopped, but from our costumes. So lots of new content from us. Personally, I can't wait. From all of us to you, from volume 2 into volume 3, keep it super. Bye.
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 See you next time.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da.
Not on key at all.
Not.